Good morning, Star Wars fans. Justin Miyashiro, JagTech Hazardville with you today. We have coverage of the 2023 Endor Grand Prix happening this weekend in Seattle, Washington. Um, I am covering our second stream. Thanks very much to OCS top 16 or top 8 player, I think. I haven't watched the second game yet, Sam, so apologize. Top 16 competitor Sam Tashima, Yoshi13. He's provided his phone for use for the video here, and I will be offering you commentary. Um, there was a slight, there was a need for a repair there, because somebody got missed on the tournament. Uh, so as soon as I know who we've got, looks like Kessling and Kelly. Ooh. All right, I will get the information updated here at the top as soon as I know which sides are which. That sure looks like Chris Kelly's box to me. So we have an advocate matchup here, I believe. Chris Kelly and Mike Kessling. Um, Congratulations to Mike, well deserved. Be interested to see what perspective he brings as an advocate here. Um, Looks like ISB for Mr. Kessling. That's Chris. All right, and then we got our matchup here. Chris Kelly.
All right, guys, I'm going to start the timer for 1 hour starting now.
Mike Kessling. Hitco against ISB. Anybody familiar with these two players knows that these are definitely decks that these two guys are well known for. And Chris is taking advantage of the newly released Twilight is Upon Me Virtual for his Hitco. Get him some docking bay activation. And of course the epic event. Hitco's a deck I've been liking a lot lately. I like the game plan. I like how it plays. Be interested to see what the breakdown of Luke's is that Chris has. Certainly, not too long ago it was default just play 5 Luke Skywalker Jedi Knights. I'm not actually sure it's correct to play more than 1 or 2 at this point. Just there's a lot of options for your Death Star 2 Luke's. Luke Rebel Scout is really good. The virtual, of course, and Young Skywalker is actually has some applications here. Team and I were discussing. I think it's more correct to run all Young Skywalkers than it is to run all Jedi Knights. So, Mike on the flip side here has Imperial Arrest Order, Endor Shield, and I believe that's mobilization points, starting the Coruscant system with his ISB operations. He pulled Admiral Ozzel and he pulled the Executor.
I think it's Sam.
Oh, awesome.
All right, well, we got it. Let's see it.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, figuring out how to block the bot in the chat there. Sorry, guys. I don't know how. So looks like
I will search for.
looks like a pretty typical start here. Kessling got his accelerate and his bridge. Um, the glare is such, unfortunately, that I can't tell what site that is that Chris put down. I think it's the Yoda hut, but I can't I can't tell. Yeah, that should probably be the Yoda hut. Chris gets out his home one docking bay. Kessling defended Ozzel with another character. I can't tell who it is. Oh, that is not the Yoda hut. That is probably the Death Star 2 site. As Chris gets things going quickly with the young Skywalker and the lightsaber. Chris's piles are off screen, so I can't tell if that is from hand or deck, but
Now you'll. Now I'll go. Flip. Pull the shield. Okay. Six total. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you don't get that. Okay. 7, 7. Okay.
so Chris would have also flipped his objective on turn one here, which is a pretty strong start. ISB can be a deck that takes a little bit of time to get going, so we'll see how Mike's able to adjust to this. Notably, since he played the prepared defenses start instead of slip sliding away, he presented fewer liabilities in terms of locations on the table, but it comes at the cost of having less activation.
Can it go to Coruscant? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know either.
Mike is asking about trying to deploy something being unable. Alright, so he's got Commander Marajek. Going to use that to pull a system, I would guess. Bespin, since he pulled the Executor. Yep. Chris has got a couple of shields down there. Can't tell which ones they are. Most likely it'd be Grabber and Aim High. To go with Mike's Grabber and Secret Plans. Pretty reasonable defaults on all sides here.
I'm gonna guess it wasn't in there, or it can't go to Coruscant.
One of those two.
Just noticed Mike has also added the Endor landing platform, the Darkside docking bay, so that will allow him to interfere the um, with the Ewok village, as well as potentially move in and drain at the Anakin funeral pyre site, although he has to be wary of Run Liquan in that case.
Yes.
And then do I not activate her at all?
Correct.
sorry guys, I don't know how to delete that chat message. You guys just have to talk, so it'll scroll off. Alright. Chris is giving up a verify here. I think he missed his docking bay.
Then pay me
He
Yoda.
did pay to drain at the Endor site. Should have been drained for 2. He's going to only hope to get the dig of a Yoda's hut out of his deck. Alright, anyway. Looks like, looks like an Agent Callus on top of Mike's lost pile there, I think. Looks like Chris just drained and drew. Might have retrieved with his objective. The starting interrupt for Hiko is probably not going to be applicable in this matchup. Not likely to be a lot of force lightnings in ISB, although maybe. Depends on the build, I suppose. Alright, so we do have the free Executor. 2 Bespin. Well, Mike to start threatening some damage here. He's still outpaced. Alright, so there's Dedra, which will flip, or might. Oh no, it's probably Admiral Piet with Ozzel, so needs another agent. There it is. So he puts a card down with Dedra to reduce the cost of Yularen, and play Yularen to Dedra to back her up.
Yeah.
Alright, so ISB flipped now. One question will be whether Chris is playing space or not. Gone back and forth. It would certainly very likely be a Haunter in the Falcon if there's any space at all. Or maybe multiple Haunter in the Falcons. Min Kaino comes down to the docking bay, pulls a shield. Looks like Mike's pulling a couple of shields here. It looks like Battle Order makes sense. And then, can't tell what the other one is. Scent Shield would be reasonable. Alright, all the ISB agents are going to go to the docking bay, and then Piet will go up to the Executor. And he will pay 1 to retrieve. Looks like an Accelerate was the other card lost to the drain. Now, Young Skywalker does still drain for 2 over there, even with the subtraction from ISB. Because Prophecy of the Force got moved over. And Prophecy won't move to the ISB agents when they drain because of the text on the Ewok village. Mike is outpacing the damage here now, though. As he's doing 3 damage and retrieving 1 against Chris's 2 damage and retrieving 1. But, you know, here goes a battle deck, so we will see what response Chris has. He did not appear to have paid to drain. Right. He did verify his deck again. So that extra docking bay is in hand, or it's activated still. That was a significant stack for Chris to try to battle into, although a hyperwave scan would go a long way. Ooh, okay. Sorry, a scanner tax for the light side. But Chris does have space. There's Honshu and the Falcon. Now, cracking the Executor is tough. Immune less than 12, even for Hitco, is not a given with 2 Destinies. That is someone aboard. 3-4, so if Chris is my favorite person, then that is Princess Leia V. I love Princess Leia V. Alright, that's a 4 for Battle Destiny, and then or for Power Destiny, and then 6 total for Battle Destiny. Man, Chris didn't even win that. The Ahsoka was killer.
So this goes first, and this goes,
Drawing only 6 for 2 Battle Destiny is that is not what you want. That battle did not go that well for Chris Kelly here. He is going to move the Hunter and the Falcon away. Doesn't want to just stand there to be battled, which is reasonable. It's only really bad things can happen. He is not. That's not a battleground system, the Coruscant. So Chris or Mike could turn off that drain with Coward. Five, 6. Aha. There's the spaceport docking bay, non-unique one, going to Coruscant. Will reduce the drain in space if you can get a nice B agent over there, so will effectively neutralize Hunter and the Falcon. There's Officer Evacs down there. And Major Partagaz. Oh, that's clever. Partagaz does have a text that applies when he is at Coruscant, if I remember correctly. Let me see how quickly I can pull that text up.
it's literally you. It's wherever you want it to.
And then an Agent Callus to go with Partagaz. Looks like a Hollow Theater Heroes one. We will ignore that. Looking at Partagaz. Major Partagaz. While present at a Coruscant site, all your ISP agent leaders are power and defense value +1. So, pretty cool. Alright, and then Ozzel will move over and reinforce that stack. So, ISB dropped a bunch of guys out and has pretty formidable, well, a lot of characters at both locations. I was going to say pretty formidable, but honestly, like, this one at the Endor docking bay is 4 characters, but is like, what is this, 10 power on 4 characters? Something like that? It's a lot of forfeit, so it would be a lot to chew through. But, like, you know, you got a Lando and an EPP Obi will make short work of the stack there. So it looks like I think that's an R2 to make Coruscant a battleground. That's clever. Now Chris still out damaged here.
So if you're cheating, you're done for. What do I do with my life?
So Chris is going to be able to do free damage, but
Of course.
he still has to. He's still going to do something to threaten one or both of these stacks. So he's going to get back Anakin Skywalker V with the Prophecy of the Force.
Of course, yeah. Slap is me. You had the opportunity, but I lost it.
Um, yeah, Mike's gotten a pretty solid hand in terms of his character draws. No Tarkin yet, but that's actually probably a good thing because he can threaten to apply Tarkin wherever is useful. Um,
I'm sorry, how many you have in hand?
9 cards at hand for Mike.
Are any of them targeted?
Chris is asking if any of them are Tarkin. Um, so yeah, if he has if he has Obi Lando, then he goes down over there, swings at probably Laren. Let's see, he draws like an 8 across 2 battle destinies. That'll kill 2 characters, so it won't actually clear the site. You'll lose Lando probably, and then you face a counter beat. It's not. It's not necessarily a great proposition, honestly. Like, you really want a third character, and then you're talking about, you know, we gotta save up, we gotta find the third character, we gotta get all the force to play him, and we gotta not get barrier, not get, there's a lot of things that can go wrong there. And meanwhile, eat 5 damage in a retrieval.
Lando? You want to do anything about it?
Oh, well, Chris is going to retrieve Lando with his objective. Mike will just let that happen.
Alright. 3, 2.
Now, one thing Mike does have to be cognizant of that applies differently to a live event than it does to, say, like OCS, is there's no individual time clock here. There's an Admiral Chirino to increase the damage in space. What I mean by that is the time clock is an hour for the whole game for both players combined. Um, so at the end of time, you have to consider, if no one's won yet, who has the higher life force count. And Mike's put a ton of cards on the table in order to achieve this board position. Now, he's been leveraging it pretty well and been doing damage pretty consistently. So I don't know the counts. I would certainly still expect ISBs ahead here because Hitco also puts a lot of cards on the table for a main stack. But it is not a given that this position is like automatic, right?
Was it cool or was it like?
Alright, so Mike has added General Navar to the weaker stack. I say the weaker stack because the other stack has Agent Callus, so it's harder to go after over there. Although one benefit to attacking that side would be the 2 destinies makes it more likely that Lightside will just clear, so they don't have to worry about the counter beat. And then it's on Mike to try to redeploy and reinforce the other stack because he's got to be worried about more, follow-up beatdown and whatnot. So we'll see what Mike has for us here.
Okay, drain 2.
So Chris has been pretty steady with doing his damage with young Skywalker. Kind of have to be if you're committing to doing to playing him early to the battleground site, but Chris realizing that between the text on the Coruscant system and the text on the ISB operations objective, he's draining for 0 at the Coruscant system. So 6-2 in terms of damage race and 1 retrieval for both sides. Mike can cancel Chris's retrieval by losing a card from hand, which is something that might be a consideration if you get to time, because the cards in hand don't count. So looks like a bionic hand being added to young Skywalker doesn't really do anything. I mean, change the math in any way. I would be surprised to see Kessling attack young Skywalker. Ooh, Leia Organa. So she is the draw if unable to otherwise, the one most commonly seen in No Idea and quite commonly in Diplo as well. Super cheap, spy, draws if unable, draws power destiny with an Imperial Leader if you want instead. Nice and cheap. My guess is she's in there as this is the Leia that you give Bring Him Before Me because she costs 1. So, oh, there's a Lando. Sweet foil Luke match with the fancy suits. Yeah, I don't know how he got that one. Nice to be the design advocate, maybe. Brian Fred was talking to Chris before the match and was saying it would be a real tragedy if Chris was not playing Hitco with those sleeves. So, personally, I think I actually would love that. That would be fantastic. A foil Applic recently so they can take advantage of our printer. Maybe. What did I get in my stuff? Gar Saxon, Galen and Jedi business, but those are, I think, just OCS. I think those are OCS promos. So, how did Luke just move over? I thought Luke had to. Oh, it's Twilight. Yeah. Twilight has a once per game move on it for Luke. So Luke abandoned the. It's nice to have to send something for volunteers who help us at 22. Ah, nice. Very cool, James. Very cool. I got busy, so I did not help with set 22 as much as I otherwise might have, but getting back into the swing of it. It's Imperial Enforcement, so never seen the movement used yet. Yeah, I was surprised too when I played this deck at States, so
So I do activate here now, right?
You do activate him.
And I still activate here.
Activate it all.
Yep.
Alright, so Mike does regain his activation at the Ewok village since Luke has left the site. Know what's on there, but no one seems to have found a good use. I mean, I think it's a situational text, right? It's not something you like necessarily build your deck around per se. It's just, it's a nice tool to have if you need to get Luke to a place and he's too far away. It means that like Odin Essor combo is a little bit less important to have, at least as far as the movement text goes. I still like it for all the other text on it, but if you need to make space, that's one that can be cut now because you have some more movement options without having to play your Death Star 2 sites and use the Epic event to move them around. So Mike's probably got to consider what he's going to do here about this stack, because with Luke there, it's a pretty threatening stack. The non-Luke characters have 13 forfeits, so it's very unlikely that that Mike's going to be able to crack him. And he knows that there's an Anakin Skywalker V in Chris's hand, unless he's lost it to a drain that we haven't seen, but that would be fairly strange. Um, so Tarkin is not a threat here, not for at least one battle. Mike's force pushing, see what he can find here. I'll say the Imperial Enforcement is kind of telling, because it reveals, there's probably no EPP Mauls in here. There's probably no Kylos or Aplex or anything like that. It's going to be all Imperials. Um, it's not totally shields down because there's probably EPP Mara and there could be EPP Vader, although that would be uncommon. Um, but it does, like from Chris's perspective, limit the answers that Mike could come at him with. You're much more likely to just see like Doom stacks facing each other kind of situation as opposed to having to worry about an EPP attack. All right, so there's Darth Maul, Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith. That'll flip Chris back. So he turns off his retrieval, although it does turn on battling for free. So it kind of gets Chris an extra force there if fighting happens. Stormtrooper Garrison. And the enforcement? Yeah, enforcements. So, Chris facing down 3 destinies now. And then we got a whole bunch of people. Looks like they're about to take in docking bay transport. Garrison's still fearsome. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I would be surprised if Chris didn't have, like, sorry about the mess clash. So, like, Garrison has to make it all the way through the end of combat. Plus, if Garrison's the only one added, you could cancel his text with Anakin Skywalker V, so. Yeah, stack's pretty formidable over there now, though, so. So we'll see what Chris has to come back with. Man, wouldn't actually even be too upset to see, like, EPP Obi go and just, like, assassinate Maul, or assassinate Vader to get the flip back. One of the tricky things with Hitco is what choice of interrupts you play. I mean, that's a tricky thing with all decks, really, is, what answers do you want to fit into your deck and whatnot. I believe my Hitco currently is having, my Hitco currently has Sand and See You Around Kid, which both help a lot in this matchup. As well as the scanner text, of course. Scanner text is a big deal. Gonna be hard paying for docking bay trans if he doesn't have the goods on Coruscant. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, I know the docking bay transit from the spaceport docking bay is like pretty pricey compared to the other docking bays, but. Chris, having pivoted to this line, is kind of committed to having to battle, and his battles aren't very good. So he has the sorry about the mess. We're going to be trying to take out the Stormtrooper garrison, which pretty likely, but see. Mike is going to grab sorry about the mess, pretty reasonable. Alright, that is going to hit because there shouldn't be any other zeros. Yeah. Alright, so that's a good, that's a help. Yeah, in terms of cracking the stack, though, unless he's got, so it sounds like 19 power. Well, Chris has, that should be 16, I think. 17. Clashing General Navar. Playing around leadership or command, I guess. Otherwise, otherwise you'd clash Callus, right? So Dark Side landing by transits like +7 from another site. Are you sure, James? That doesn't sound right to me.
Oh, boo. Done. Shouldn't have done. Shoot. Shouldn't have done anything, man. Should have one at the bottom. 7's on top.
Your document transit from here requires 2 force. What chords under spaceport document? I believe that's Prophecy of the Force.
Battle.
Oh, James, sorry, misunderstood. Okay. Yeah, transiting over to Endor is extremely expensive for light side. Yes, that is true. And one of the big strengths of the Endor landing platform. I know, I believe it was Joe Olson played a version of ISB a little while ago that had that one and the blockade flagship docking bay. So Darkseid could jump back and forth between their battleground docking bays, and they both required like 8 force or something for Lightside to follow.
You get caught, right? Oh my gosh.
Alright, so I think a battle. Ooh, Dark Collaboration V. That is.
Destiny
Dark Collaboration V is 3 non-Ozil ISB agent leaders are in a battle together. Add 2 Battle Destiny. I assume we're not canceling it to trap or anything, so. So Darkseid's going to draw 4 Battle Destiny here. Who are the leaders? It's Partagaz, Evax, and Callus there. As well as someone else, but I don't think they're our leader. Oh, the other one is Minkainu. So, but the ISB leaders are Callus, Evax, and Partagaz. So Chris is going to swap with Clash. Clashing.
4 Destiny and Destiny to attrition. 4 Destiny.
Chris is getting 4 Destiny and Destiny Nutrition. He must have played Skywalkers to add 2. This looks like it's probably going to be a site clear, but we'll see. We'll see what the Destiny gods have in store. Six, 8, 6, 6. Those are pretty good for Chris. 5, 4, redraw 2. That's actually not that good. That is only enough to kill the non-loot characters, I think. Unless Mira is a 3? Mira could be a 3. Although if Mira's a 3, that doesn't matter. It's still not enough. It's still only 12 attrition. Looks like they're counting up power here.
45?
45 to 27.
10, 15, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Oh, and then 2 attrition.
27 attrition. That seems like probably all of them would be my guess. Yeah. Alright. So that battle went well for Chris. Chris was complaining about his destinies when he was verifying earlier, I think. Although, I don't know if he was being facetious. Didn't sound like it to me. Yeah, that battle went well for Chris. We'll see what Mike's got to come back with. Now, one downside, of course, Chris only caused 1 damage with that battle.
They covered the whole battle
because he got a stack on I Feel the Conflict, but even overpowering by 19, he still did, or 18, still didn't cause any battle damage. It sounds like he only had one card in hand, so he couldn't take it into hand with his Destiny. Or one card in reserve, rather. And then General Navar, unfortunately, is going to block that drain since he got clashed. Like, on the one hand, it might have been nice to play the SR2 site so that Luke could move around, but you don't really want to just, like, play it and expose it, because ISB can go so wide. Yeah, not a bad position for Mike, blocking terrain, pushing through damage contributors. Yeah, I'd agree. I don't... that battle went about as well for Chris as it could have, but I don't think it... I don't think it actually hurt Mike's position very much. Like, worst case is Navar can run away, and then you end up giving up, you end up giving up some drain potential over there, but all told, it's, I think, still Mike's ahead, so. They did have a 30-minute past warning a little while ago, before the battle, so. Not too sure where we're at on time. Probably, I would guess, about 15 minutes left or so. Mike has an easier time to spread with spies to the higher. Chris needs to change the map. Yep, that's definitely true. I mean, even without spreading, Chris is, let's say Navar runs away. Chris is going to do 4 damage against, um, against 4 into retrieval. So, even without spreading, Mike's still ahead on this and has been ahead in the damage race for a lot of the game. So we got, I think that's a second Minkaino. Oh no, we got No Escaped. Okay. No Escaped Minkaino, added Moff Gideon, added a second Agent Callus, and an Imperial Command. I'm not sure why that force push went back to. Not sure why that force push went back to used, but Mike retrieves. Officer evacs. It is a good Hall of Theater Heroes photo. I didn't take one specially for it or anything, so mine's just a picture of me. Plus, Dr. Shelley doesn't see that much play these days. Whereas, like, Agent Callus is always going to get played if you're playing ISB, so. Alright. Yeah, the worst part is, like, even if you wanted to pay for, 8 to document transit young Skywalker over, like, you're still eating a drain of 2 with Navar, so, like, doesn't even really do a lot for you. Chris not finding an Obi-Wan has really hurt his battle potential, I think. Like, what he really needed was to find an EPP Obi to pick off some guys. Alright, so we got an Ahsoka. And a Yoda. Just like the movies. Gonna be standing off at the Ewok village. It's not like a great battle. Like, Ahsoka helps, but... Oh, there's there's a Death Star 2 site with Ezra. So Chris trying to spread himself and threaten some damage, block some drains. Space line is, we work with it. So Ezra's attack's not going to apply here, although he is getting +4 power.
Are you going to limit your activation or are you letting me activate 2 of them?
He's at your site.
Looks like Chris maybe forgot that Ezra's attack applies only at opponent sites, although I don't think it really matters at this point.
I'm not suddenly lazy.
I may have.
Yeah, Chris just eats another 4 damage here. Endor landing platform's a good piece of tech for ISB, and like really low cost to add to the deck, but a really powerful piece. That's a verify. Looks like 5521. 2-1, 3-1.
I don't know.
For there's Isan to face off against Ezra. 1, 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go Gosiaco.
Oh, thanks.
Oh yeah, Prophecy of the Force has to move when that stack of guys drains. Now that young Skywalker's not at the Ewok village, Prophecy can move around.
Alright, guys, 15 minutes left.
Alright, that is a 15-minute call. Alright, so Tarkin to go with Isan. And Sergeant Tarl, I think. Unlikely for him to use Sergeant Tarl here, since he would add immunity to attrition. Although he would take away 4 power, so that would be. So Mike got a little unlucky, drew both characters.
So you're 10, I'm 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I think Chris has forgotten about Darth Vader adding as well, but I don't think it matters.
You drew a 1.
Oh, and you may have. Yeah.
Wait, how did he subtract? Oh, he has 2 cards there, so they're tracking us, I think. So. Alright, well, that worked out well. Well as it can be. This is what I was saying about the problem with adding the Death Star 2 site is to the table is like, now's another site you gotta fight over. So alright, so Chris is gonna cause some drain damage now, but as Navar did run away as anticipated, but this is still not a great situation. Although young Skywalker can move over to Ezra, because he does have a card stacked on I Feel the Conflict now.
That's why you don't have to worry about getting.
Looks like 2 cards in reserve, I think. They're tracking us in the battle list that was drawn last turn. Didn't see what it was, but it was canceled by Tarkin anyway. I believe Mike lost from hand, so those 2 5s are on top. Chris's position has really not improved. Yeah, so young Skywalker will move to the Death Star to back up Ezra. Which is fine. Oh, and then Clash Tarkin. Okay. Min kind of places that out of play. It's an interesting choice. I don't know why you would clash there. Feels like hitting and clashing would be better if you think there's a battle that's going to happen. Yeah, it's a little weird. All right, so 4 more damage for Mike. Just steady, steady, steady. Five, two, three in reserve, I think, for Mike. Not great, especially since one of them is Mara Jaden's ship, so you can't redraw that with enforcement. Tarkin's bounty on Dedra. Yeah, it's tough to find a place where this game kind of went wrong for Chris. Like,
So hypothetically, if Tarkin were to leave, would you
it's
still be able to play?
hard to say if,
I think
like,
that's
the space battle where he drew Ahsoka was pretty bad. Like, not stacking there was bad. Um, he really needed a stack there.
You see Garcia?
I do.
Chris has 2 in hand. Yeah, so Mike's gonna spread his forces out now again to the other docking bay. Retrieves. All right, yeah, Chris is gonna concede at that point. So well played for Mike.
I was not expecting you to be 20 power. You drew that 5 like 5. I'm like, I thought you had no destiny in this game.
The Destiny in the second is like surprisingly good.
Yeah.
Especially once you get this going,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
in Dedra lets you put all your fives back.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so you're thinning it out.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're talking about. Is Chris was not expecting 20 power in space
Typically what's happening.
with only 1 character on there.
Big hand, and then you just had too much to go there. I wonder if I just waited one more turn, if you would have still been light in space, and I would have got Destiny Fruition and you battle Destiny.
I was probably only going to say it because I wanted to.
Yeah,
But
okay.
once you went away, then I was like, oh, I can just put
Right,
evacs
yeah.
up here. When I drew an evacs, I was like, well, he's at least going back space because that'll give me a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, they're discussing the space, and
Rest of the way.
that certainly seemed like the only real opening that Chris had was to
Comments. I didn't know what was going on.
crack through it in
I was
space.
like, I didn't think you were.
No, not at all. Appreciate it though. Thank you.
So
So are you living back in New York?
good win for Mike, and not the start that Chris probably wanted, but 1 loss is not going to sink somebody in an 8-round event like this. So we'll see what Chris can do to claw his way back in here.
So you pumped for Atlanta?
Yes. I mean, unexpected surprise.
Is it gonna be like end of the season? Or is it just gonna be?
I think it's just gonna be.
They're talking about the Atlanta major that's coming up in January.
Format again, like
I'm pretty excited about that one. I haven't decided yet officially if I'm going, but it's definitely on the radar. Still got to figure some stuff out, but it'd be nice to go to a major.
and knew I was out of contention for top 2, it made the tournament a lot less fun. Whereas like you always kind of feel like you might make a run taking over Boston.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but those, they're
So,
nearly all
I'm all
validated.
for trying things, but for me that wasn't.
This one is technically all validated.
I'm probably the only person in the community who still likes the trickier
Yeah,
strength.
the Netherlands and England are not valid.
I think it's fun. I wish that they made the NPC like that, where it's like submit decks and just play.
I don't mind when it's not this one because like then we're checking for me, so I check.
I don't know if you guys can hear actually what they're talking about. I can in my cans, but
I just want to play fun decks.
Yeah.
I played in all these regions.
And then you'll see like less
So one of the things that they're discussing there is
Yeah, yeah, because
wanting to be able to play more fun decks instead of like having to do all of the you know,
okay.
scouting and planning for a single person. I actually agree with that. I think it would be
I always thought traveling with NPC was fun.
it's kind of more fun to just like submit your decks and just jam and not have to worry about like this person's gonna play this, so I play this. I don't. I am not a fan of that, but lots of different formats for different folks. Speaking of which, I know that there is a tournament survey out there on the forums. One of the questions of which is what formats would you like to play at majors? So definitely, if you love open, only want to play a standard open, make that heard. But if you want to try different things, if there's particular different things you want to see, definitely let us know that too, because we're very reactive to feedback on that kind of thing. And that can adjust programming for next year because a lot of those formats and stuff haven't been decided yet. So we're gonna pause here for the moment until we get to the next round. But I'll just leave this stream up here and stay tuned, and I'll be back with you as soon as we have another match to cover from Endor. So stay tuned, everybody.
Guys, last 5 minutes.
Sorry about the mess. Think about the mop getting in there. He stays alive.
You miss all your activations.
Well, not really.
You can't even really draw because you're
Yes. You're welcome. You're going right now, so I got the last two. Thinking about how much enjoy about ISP. round.
You got around the second turn.
I was doing most screens I was checking.
Yeah, I saw that.
So like I was
Okay. What do you have? How do I have that? 5. Yeah.
and also like
You can also play like Dragon.
Yeah. All right, guys, that is time.
Time in the round! Yeah, you guys have some extra. Dan and Phil have a couple extra minutes. 11, 12.
I won.
he won and I lost.
12.
Is that much more time? Yeah. So yeah, because next turn, I mean, if you're not battling, I do
1 damage. Attack me.
yeah, I've got I got the cancer for example. Good game, man. Good game. Well, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, we're playing Nick and Nile.
It's a game to go another half hour. Pulls one out by 1.
Because it's like, all right, I mean, honestly, like, if he stays here, I mean, if he stays here, I'm going to kill him. Just, if the game continues on, I kill him.
Oh, you mean he did? I committed my guy somewhere else. So he's like, I'll play over here. And I'm like, okay, great.
And
And I come
then
in.
see what he's doing. So eventually, we're going to have to see what happens here. And then we're going to be like, and then I'll be doing 2, and he's doing 3, and then he'll be doing 2. So it's like, but you're not having to pay for it. True.
Oh, yeah, no, that's okay. I was trying to figure out how I wanted to react over.
I have the but I didn't want to battle into Obi because you want to Well, did you have a leadership?
Not in hands.
Okay.
Not in hands.
Would have been
Possibly. So I still don't, I mean, I still got to cancel a few of the destinies. So that would have been, it's like, all right, how many of them? I might get 1, or, I mean, how many destinies would you get before? And I didn't want to keep it. So you might get 2 from the first round. So with your destinies, you get 5, so it's like, and then depending on depending on how much, on how you draw. So
Guys, Eric. Chris wants to know what
Brandon wants to
the 1 destiny then plus yeah. It would have been, who knows, it would have been.
Well, it would have forced you to reinforce it.
Not getting my ship was killing me. I pulled on Geonosis and being like, I'm like, come on, where's my ship?
I was looking for a Mara and shit.
And so I'm like, once I put Geonosis down, I'm like, okay, I can, and I'm pretty safe in space.
You're not giving me results. I need your results.
Joe won.
I was looking for Mara to be able to go to your system and Mara and the other one.
Right.
Because I figured you only have 1 ship.
And that's why I don't want to put down my system until I have my ship. It's like, but like by the time I'm like, I know where it's at. I'm like, I'm not getting to it. So.
No PPO. No room.
I mean, I could.
Well, the turn 2, I knew the target was in the 4th spot. So I was gonna dump my hand to be able to draw 3 or 4
Dude, I'm like, all right, I gotta play this now. I think this is important. Yeah, he's searching for something here. Yeah, so for the big, yeah, I'm like, this is the card that he wants. Yeah. So I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah. And obviously it was the bottom card in 4 spells, so I had to draw everything.
Usually when someone plays that, it's because they have
It's like, do I mean, when you have sense, do you sense force? It is like one of those things like, is it worth sensing? I feel like,
In this case, probably yes.
I feel like, well, I mean, I'm like, well, this might give me my ability to get myself flipped and just kind of set up. I think it'll make him pause for like a turn or two. Okay. Yeah, that was good.
And then with the maze, I mean, I'm not going.
I'm like,
Unless I find a ceasefire, which I did.
I mean, with Mace and Qui-Gon there, like, but I'm saying even one of them, I'm like, all right, your ceasefire's only work for one turn there.
True, but if I can clear enough.
Yeah, but since I'm already flipped, then
Yeah, but so if you're not flipped,
you're only probably clearing one of the spells.
yeah.
Yeah, also the attrition.
Even if you drop 2 destiny, and they're both 3s.
Yeah,
And
so
you're like, all right, early on you drop
Qui-Gon is like 7, right?
7, and Mace is 8. So, where's he 7? They're both. I think they're both 7.
Yeah,
So yeah,
close one.
very close. Very good.
There's probably something else.
Game 2 pairings are up!
JC, back at the same table.
It happens.
Or even if I lose, I win. Either way,
How you doing, Jordan? Yeah. Your first game. 1 by 1.
Hey, it's a win.
How did I play last time? You two should be the easiest one. After that, they'll start to run
Who would your resistance agent like to be? I mean, you can't control it except for the Jedi. Yeah. And if you choose not to, then Luke is immune to the. If you decline, you can decline. Choose Ray. Just Ray. All right. Not Ray with saber. Gotta clarify. Yes, you do. No visitor. It has to be a unique character. I read this. It cannot be. It has a unique character. It cannot be. Yes.
Unless it's Luke, I'll explain it.
Yes. Luke is. It says Luke anyway. Yes. I thought so too earlier. I thought so too. Because I was like, oh, I have a bunch of Rays with saber and it's I'm like, yeah, I'll do just Ray. And then I was like,
All right. Welcome back, Star Wars fans. We're back for Game 2 of the 2023 Endor Grand Prix. We have Brandon Baity on Dark Side with I Want That Map up against Jordan Gosiaco. Sorry if I butchered your last name there, Jordan. I'll avoid saying it for the, going forward here. On Yoda Communing. And that looks like a matching ship Yoda Communing, because that, I believe, is get to your ships.
what's the issue, Dan?
Next to the Walkling.
Is something solvable? Is it tech related?
So it should be interesting. Sounds like maybe a Batmouse style Yoda Communing, given the Jedi business matching ships thing.
What? Not pairing related. No, it's tech related. It's with Team Viewer trying to get.
Deck we've deck that my team has messed around with quite a lot. A lot of us quite like it. Meanwhile, I Want That Map. Another deck that's been on some people's radar.
Actually, can I change my agent? Oh, sure. Anakin. Padawan.
All right.
Because he's done it too. Yeah.
Jordan was deciding on his agent. He initially thought Ray, but he's gone back and decided that now he wants it to be Anakin Padawan learner. He hasn't drawn his hand yet, so yeah, Brandon's fine with him changing up the agent. Can't quite see the effects that Brandon started, although my guess would certainly be that he played the you know what I've come for starting interrupt to get the landing site, and therefore has Bow to the First Order. That looks like a Crush the Rebellion. And the other card looks like it looks like the Inquisitor starting effect, which would be really interesting. The Inquisitor effect being there are many hunting you now. I don't know if that's actually what it is. That's certainly what the art looks like and the length of the title. So, man. Brandon just not going to play with a Lost Pod at all, looks like. We'll see. We'll see if that's actually what it is. Might be something else. Some other card I'm just art-wise not familiar with, but... It's a card that works in map. It's not impossible that it's that one. Alright, so Brandon did take Finalizer in hand with Battle of the First Order. I think Jordan did have a use interrupt, but I can't. I don't think I saw what it was.
I'm actually interested in your deck. I like May. I haven't played it though.
Ooh, Brandon missed on his pull to get a site, a Starkiller base site. That is really unfortunate.
Kyler's fun. He seems better. Like the other one, I always he moves a lot.
Brandon started right away with 3 shields. Grabber, Secret Plans. Don't know what that other one is. Right, so Brandon did have one of the Starkiller base sites in hand. I don't know if he's playing multiple. I would assume so, otherwise a weird choice to pull for it when you know you miss. Well, Brandon's just going to draw and pass. Pretty slow start here. Just added 2 activation to the table. Jordan, meanwhile, getting 7 on his first turn. Plays Grappling Hook V for an extra grabber. Jordan's going to try to pull a Battleground. Looks like there were a couple of choices in there. Although I didn't see the Camino 2-0. Yeah, both Naboo sites and Camino. It's pretty typical for this kind of build. Just use the matching ships to hold the one system. Evaluating what other pulls he's got in there. Definitely incentivized to try to use all your force this turn, so you can get that 2-0 back in the deck where you can pull it. Although I guess drawing it's not that bad, because it costs the force to pull it, so. It does have a Serene Jedi in hand, and a Mace it looked like. Along with a Luke Rebellion's Hope I saw. I think an Anakin, no. I think it was a Kit Fisto. He has both Lukes. Both Farm Boy Lukes in hand. Going to space early is actually pretty reasonable if he's able to do so. The Finalizer is very expensive. Especially to attack a non-Episode 7 site. So Luke would actually probably be pretty safe if he went to Camino. Yeah, Finalizer costs 13. It's -4 to Episode 7 systems, but I mean, you just deploy to Camino, and then you're pretty secure there. He's going to instead go to the ground. He's going to go to the Tatooine, or the Jakku Tunnel Village with Qui-Gon's Serene Jedi. Pull Qui-Gon's lightsaber with Jedi business. Solid choice also. Is that I Am Your Father? Can't be I Am Your Father. One of those are maybe not Brandon's starting effects. I'm pretty sure Map has to start the Kylo lightsaber effect. Yeah. Map has to start, I'll finish what you started. Maybe that's just a weird art of I'll finish what you started. Brandon played his other site. Looks like we're starting a trooper beat on Qui-Gon. Got FN 2003, FN 9s, Captain Phasma, who will get a used pile pull here. Yeah, I think those effects on the side are for are not for Brandon. I think they are the player to his right, because that those starting effects don't make any sense, and somebody else from over there is adding to them. So probably a hunt down V sitting next to Brandon. All right, so fortunately that means I don't know what effects he got there. Certainly bow. Certainly I'll finish what you started. I don't know what the other one is.
He adds one game text and event if you fire a weapon. And then the other one cancels the lightstick weapon into the bow.
Those may not be Brandon's shields in over there either.
Let's see. Initiate battle. My first just action. So trooper assault and from power force 2.
Looks like Brandon's gonna fight with trooper assault.
Phase action. One force to make FN. You don't have force 4. Oh, you know that button. I was like, wait a minute. You don't have those.
Well, Jordan's gonna grab the trooper assault and grappling hook. Pretty solid play. I like that.
Can't fire weapons. So I can theoretically fire weapons, but should I?
Brandon's gonna decide not to fire his weapon since he would need an 8 to hit Qui-Gon. It's like total of 4. It was 2 destinies against 5. Oh, lightsaber and P-59 looks like were the battle destinies. 22 to 11 for the first battle. That did not go the way that Jordan probably wanted it to. Yeah, because FN 2003 cancels Qui-Gon's text there, so Jordan's got to figure out he's got to lose Qui-Gon in 3. It does not appear to have Hoodrix in hand. Just hear me, baby. That doesn't do anything. So he has lost his 3, loses Qui-Gon. Pretty good second turn there for Brandon. He got his extra sight out and got control of the sight, although it's a little tenuous. Clash or sorry about the mess would be incredibly bad news. But we saw Jordan's hand know he does not have any of those cards. And those cards are a little less common in the Batmouse style Yoda communing deck. You're just so tight on slots. You still usually fit in one or two, but maybe not as many as another mains deck would. Well, I would imagine that Jordan's probably going to go to space here since he's got his Luke's in hand. He's probably trying to move things around so that the ship would be in his reserve deck this turn. Alright, he is going to use one to get the 2-0 out of his deck with Camino, and is going to check out his reserve and see what his options are.
Cancel a Jestron automated or lightsaber weapon adjustment.
I think deploying Luke to space still makes a lot of sense. You can put pressure on Brandon to get him to try to flip, maybe before he's ready. Alright, 3PO is fine. Gonna use 3PO. Dark side activating 12? So unless he saved like 4 force, he won't actually be able to play Finalizer in anything threatening. So I think you're fine. I would personally probably play Luke here. And with really no defense in hand, I mean, Qui-Gon's a pretty secure character, so it seems like a reasonable opening play. And I didn't get a good look at his reserve deck to see if maybe there wasn't a match for the ship on turn 1. I think my preference as light side would have been try to get space going here, but well, Jordan's just going to draw 7 pass. There's a full hand now, and 3PO going, so should be able to set some stuff up for next turn. Meanwhile, Brandon... Oh, it looks like no battle plan, so Brandon's just going to drain for 1. Jordan did draw one of his sights, and he was considering losing it. I kind of wonder if he just decided doesn't want it. Brandon adds the Jakku system. Looks like from hand. With this build of map, probably I would think the Jakku system is the only system they're playing. The other versions with Exegol that could pull Dakar and stuff might run the extra system, but without a good, consistent way to pull it, like, map space has usually been pretty good at holding one system, but not amazing at holding 2. So, especially with Trooper Assault in there, probably leans you towards more of a ground-based build. Alright, so here's Finalizer to Jakku and Captain PV. So we're immune less than 8, I think. Yep, immune less than 8 now. He is a leader. Where's this? Or a first order leader, so I think that should flip map now. There's 9. I wonder if Brandon's other effect is alert my Star Destroyer. That would be interesting with only one system. So maybe he is running the extra system, although if you're running alert your Star Destroyer, you don't have a good way to pull the other system.
Lose one force or main high force.
You did only pay 9 for that combination of characters, or the ship and the character though, so. Mataka's free. This pilot doesn't really accomplish much, but adds Orasing with blaster rifle. Maybe I just missed the force payment for PV. Alright, and Brandon will consolidate and pass turn. Consolidate, recirculate, and pass turn. So Jordan under the gun now. Map is flipped. Facing down. Admittedly only 3 damage. It's not that much, but still pressure on to make something happen now. That is a very shiny card. Going down to the Starkiller base control room. I think that's Anakin, so I think that flips map back. And misses his saber pull. That's not great. Shield control. Alright, well, Anakin's definitely going to need some backup then, if he didn't get his saber. So we'll see what Jordan's got to add with him. Alright. Uses his Yoda retrieval. Ah, and then he has a Ray in hand, so maybe he's going to Ray to get the saber. Ray to the forest, spreading out. Ray did get the saber. 2 saber options. Looks like Jedi lightsaber and Anakin saber. Retrieve the Qui-Gon saber. Hujik's in there as an option. Jin. Disarmed. Alright, yeah, he's got the Anakin saber. Put it on Anakin. A little curious why he would spread, but especially given he does not have Hujix. It's in his use pile. He does not appear to have escape pod combo in hand either. His piles are a little off screen, so it's hard to see if he's using his communing. He is using his communing text now. Leave that on top. Jordan, considering his options here, he's going to draw. So staying spread out. Alright, looks like Jordan saved 2 here. He's gonna put a card back. Move a card around with communing and then causes 3 points of damage. He is facing down drains of 5. Although Jordan would have to pay for them at this point. It's still early, so he can still afford to do so, and it's probably worth it to do so. Oh, looks like the Naboo site and an R2 in red 5 went from reserve. I think missing the saber was a big hit there. Jordan had to recalibrate and play the Rey when he maybe didn't really want to. Wanted to get to space, possibly, but looks like an LS. Oh. So the crew is going to move from Jakku. And they're going to go beat up Anakin. Brandon's going to search for a site. My assumption is he's just checking his destinies here. The other Star Killer base sites would be unexpected. Oh, Jordan's going to grab the Ellis.
There's no Star Killer site, but I'm just looking through.
Yeah, Brandon says there's no Star Killer base site, and he's just looking through. Gonna hand over the verify in a second here. Alright, General Hux does get a use pile pull from that.
I'm gonna use the once per game to get a trooper.
Brandon's going to use his once per game tax and take a trooper. A second copy of FN 2003. That is pretty bad. So, Jordan in trouble again here. Looks like he has the second trooper assault. He does not actually have to pay for that trooper assault, yeah. There's a grab on grappling hook, so you don't have to pay for it. Oh, alright. Jordan has a way out. He dodged away from the battle.
Oh my god!
So, very clutch dodge for Jordan there. That would have been extremely bad if he'd actually had to.
8, 10 if it's a resistance character.
We'd actually had to fight that battle without his weapon from FN 2003. So now the spread makes sense, although it's a really aggressive play by Jordan, given that comm scan detection is so commonly played, which cancels dodge. Lana Dobreed combo, not as common, but react cancer senses actually probably sense you wouldn't see out of this particular map build since it's not playing the Palpatine thing, but bold play and it worked out. Now, of course, Brandon did increase his damage potential now since he controls the um, the shield control with a First Order leader, which has a drain bonus on it. And he did essentially take away a drain 2, so Jordan can pay for a drain of 3 at the forest. And then we'll see where he goes from there. Common detection would have been pretty brutal there. But not a consideration this time. Jordan, considering his options here, I don't know if we've passed control or not. Alright, so he's going to get to space now. Luke pulling the R2, D2 in red, 5. Gonna go to Camino, I would assume. Although attacking the finalizer is actually not crazy. Just depends a lot on your destinies, because that Luke does get to add a destiny to attrition, so... And the forfeit of those characters is only 8. So if you crack the 8, you'd actually clear the ship. Alright, he's going to add Honshu and the Falcon. So he's secure in space. And now... now Jordan's actually ahead in the damage race, it looks to me. Doing damage of 5 against damage of 4. And then with Ellis grabbed, Brandon's not going to be able to move his beat squad over. Not easily, anyway. Second Ellis is definitely a possibility, but it'd be very expensive now. Now, of course, that beat squad, though, does not have a lot of the very critical characters. Notably, Kylo has not yet been deployed. Don't have Supreme Leader Snoke yet. EPP Mara's very common in these decks. Haven't seen a Dr. E. We know there's a P59 that he has not played. So there's still a lot of things that could come down and cause some problems for Jordan. So we'll see what he's got. He did find the escape pod combo, and I believe the Hujix should still be in reserve. Oh, he's just going to discard. He's going to lose that to force drain though. Interesting. Alright, then he loses off the top. Best shuffle combo. I didn't see, maybe he already drew the Hujix, and so he doesn't need to. Kit Fisto, Mace, and then Escape Pod combo, Best shuffle combo. So, pressure is on Brandon to change the math here, although he doesn't have to change it by a lot. Alright, there's Supreme Leader, or Kylo, Master of the Knights of Ren, I believe. That's the full title of the card. It's going to go down to the Tunnel Village and get a use pile pull. Not going to contest Anakin and Rey, although it wouldn't be crazy to do so, honestly. Jordan's going to use 3PO. Depends a lot on the rest of Brandon's hand. Like, getting the Anakin off the table would go a really long way towards putting map ahead by a lot. Um, just kind of depends on if Brandon's hand would support making a play that aggressive.
No. You just add the power when you stack and then it cancels the draw one.
Yeah, so the new Kylo. Um, would be power 8 alone, and then if he's defending, he can upload and interrupt, except for Gick. And he is immune to attrition less than 5 if he's alone. So that immunity wouldn't probably hold up to Anakin there, even though I'll finish what you started would let you cancel a weapon destiny. So, like, probably Anakin's not going to hit you. He could, but it's be hard. You have to draw 2 6s. 2 5s, I guess, because Anakin adds 1 to his weapon destinies. And you're 9 to 9, while Light's Head adds 2 to their battle destiny, and subtracts you from attrition. So wouldn't have been the worst attack, but not the best one either. So I can understand sending Kylo over there, and we're going to change the math by satisfying resistance, so we're only losing 4, and then threatening 6 back. So flipping the pressure back onto Jordan without risking a whole lot. So yeah, that play seemed pretty solid. Certainly the more conservative option. Oh, Brandon's going to move his whole force over in front of Anakin and Rey. Interesting. So, 2 troop assaults gone. And now pressure will be on Jordan, although he has the Communing card manipulation engine going. So we'll see, if he's able to find, like, sorry about the mess, that could be really, really good. There's a white interrupt. I think that's probably the Hoodix. Got Qui-Gon Serene Jedi in hand. I think another Anakin and another Rey. Oh, there is a sorry about the mess. Six. We're going right to deploy. I assume he drained first. Oh, he might have forgotten. So Qui-Gon's going to try to fight Kylo. And miss his saber pull. This is certainly the weakness of this build. You have a lot of matching pairs you're trying to line up, and so if you don't do them quickly, you end up in spots like this where you just activate too much and then you just can never find them. So deck really incentivizes playing aggressively, deploying early, which he did do. So. You just have to pivot now and figure out what he's going to do, having made this line of play. Run Kylo, or run Qui-Gon away, run Rey and Anakin away, and then draw. So that's, I mean, you do what you have to do, but that is not the way Jordan wanted that turn to play out. Now he's going to take 5 damage. Brandon's probably going to spend 5 force to chase Anakin and Rey again, and then Qui-Gon. I mean, Qui-Gon is going to get to do a drain of 1 over there, I guess, but. Ooh. not great in a game that looks like it's pretty close. Saving grace here, of course, is that Jordan didn't have to put a lot of cards on the table necessarily. Lost is sorry about the mess. That's weird. This is a Jedi Lev. Impressive, most impressive, and Oni tie, I think that was. Alright, Brandon's gonna force push. Just looking for options here. Like Mara, Dr. E are still live. Supreme Leader Snoke even still good. Although Yoda Communing lets Rey and Anakin's low immunity kind of play up. Oh, there's P-59. And then we're going to move Aura and Hux. Okay. Interesting. That is not a very durable stack. Jordan does have a disarmed in his hand. And an Odin or combo. Nope, Ryan's just going to pass. I think I would have moved the whole stack. Chase him again. Jordan's going to cause his damage, but he is behind 3 to 5 in terms of the damage race now. Probably going to try to make something happen here, though.
What? These guys? No, they're not. Oh, yeah, the guns? Yeah, both of Destiny plus.
Jordan deciding who he wants to disarm here, I think. I would assume Aura, but I suppose you do have to consider the implications of the ping damage from P-59. Jordan does correctly point out that Aura only draws 2 destinies against a Jedi, which Anakin and Rey are not at this stage of their story. And the disarm kind of only makes sense if you're going to fight, which maybe you are. Disarmed on P59. It's the final call. Looks like only 3 force saved. It's only enough for 1 swing. Oh, he knows the bottom card because he put it back with 3PO. Adds Mace. Mace gets barriered. Presume you really care about that. Menace Fades. Menace Fades does not actually do anything here. Jordan uses Jedi Business to look for a saber. Doesn't look like he found one. She's honestly probably fine with at this point. He does have to give the verifier. He maybe showed it. Oh, no, he did find one. Found the Qui-Gon saber. So now Qui-Gon can move in front of Kylo. The disarm play is a little weird if you're not. I mean, I guess with maybe you needed Mace to do the fight, and now you don't feel like you can. Although, if you're going to add Mace, I kind of feel like maybe you're supposed to disarm Arsing. Although maybe Mace is just bait. Try to get Aura to not shoot Anakin. Anakin's the one you want to live through this fight, either way, so. Yeah, Qui-Gon just move over. And then he's going to move his ships in front of the finalizer. Alright. And recirculate, saving, I think, looks like 2 or 3. So Brandon now just doing 1 point of damage. Stack in front of Anakin and Rey is not very impressive. And his fights don't look very good. Now, if he has a sniper, that could change a lot. Alright, 15 minutes remaining in this round. This actually looks pretty even, which is great for Jordan. He's pulled it back here, I think. Hard to tell without being able to see the life force counts, but Brandon gets his verify on here to look, see what his destinies are, see what his options are. Oh, he has alert my Star Destroyer was this effect. Now we know. Now we know for sure. Flashes the Chimera and gets Grand Admiral Thrawn. That's probably not what Jordan wanted to see. Well, Brandon's gonna fight in space.
Any just action to that? I'm gonna add a destiny.
Command to add a battle destiny.
One, right? And then add any power in it. So, on 3 destiny.
Brandon's got 3 battle destiny coming here.
This will be, I got an action when you start to draw your destiny. Okay. Alright? So, it'll be after you draw your destiny. First destiny. Yeah, do
Alright, Jordan's gonna add 2 power destinies. I don't like that. I think I would have added an attrition destiny. But drew 7 for his power destinies. Brandon drew 3, 4, 4, 11 total for his battle destinies.
11. 11. And then draw your battle destiny.
Oh.
Furry Fury. And then draw 2 destinies, subtract from your total power.
Oh no, and Brandon has Furry Fury on top of the 1 battle destiny. Brandon draws 4, 5 for his Furry Fury destiny, subtracting 9 from power and attrition. That's pretty brutal.
Seven.
38 against 15 is what it sounds like to me.
38. So 38.
Yep, 38 to 15. That is not what you want to happen. Down 23. So it's just everything, I think. 8, 5, 7 should be though. Man, Jordan has to lose everything and 3. That is not good. And his Hoojix is lost, so was drawn. So he peels the Hoojix and the 2 that he drew for battle destinies or for power destinies. So, well, that certainly flipped things around. Brandon, I think, was setting that up for a while now. Finally got to the point where Jordan committed to confront him in space, and Brandon had Grand Admiral Thrawn positioned perfectly to do the alert, and then sitting on the Furry Fury, and yep, that is probably a game-deciding battle. Would be my thoughts on that. The one wrinkle here is we are close to time now, so it's just going to depend now on which of them has more life force if time is called, but certainly if this game plays out as it is, Jordan's going to have a really hard time coming back from that. Yeah, Brandon's going to now just spread to the other system and threaten even more damage. It's not really afraid of much here, especially with Rebellion's Hope Luke gone. Most commonly, these decks would run a split of Lukes and not multiple of the same ones, so if Jordan has another Luke match, it's probably going to be with Luke Skywalker V, who can't really fight either of those Star Destroyers very well. So with the Fury, I was saying before that I thought Jordan should have added a Destiny to Attrition so that you have a chance to crack the 8 and 5. But with the Fury, it didn't really matter. So Jordan causing no damage here. He's just going to fight. So Anakin's going to take a swing here. I would assume it Hux. Arsing, sure. I guess if you have a sorry about the mouse, then it makes sense to. Alright, so Arsing will be hit. I don't see a sorry or anything, so.
I'm gonna play Imperial Command, but I'm gonna add Destiny.
Command to add a Destiny, sure.
And then move our next action. And then I'll use Orison to shoot at.
That would have been a really brutal clash right there. But Arsing looks like she took a shot at Anakin and missed. Drew a sniper. Ooh. There you go. Jordan drew a 7, which becomes a 9 for Battle Destiny. Brandon looks like he drew 4-5, I think, so 9 back as well. May should cover that, though, with the Yoda hut. Yeah, Jordan will reduce attrition by 2, so Mace should cover this.
Well, I only do it once a turn, so you have 9 attrition.
Oh, Jordan's saying he can only do it once a turn. Looks like he was considering battling with Qui-Gon also here. So he's actually not going to reduce. Sure. Alright, Kylo's going to use his once per game to upload an interrupt here against Qui-Gon. Yeah, Jordan's just got to take a risky line here since he got knocked out of space. If he can take out Kylo without losing Qui-Gon, which I don't know if is realistic, but if he can, that will go a long, long way to clawing his way back into this game. I think he's still too far behind to actually win it, but it's possible. It's possible, depending on the life force counts, he might be able to win on time. That can't tell what it is. Probably a force field. If he has force field, I would assume. Qui-Gon's weapon destiny cannot be canceled. That is true. So Qui-Gon is the guy to go after Kylo with. Oh. Jordan draws 1-1. Brandon misses.
No, I have my card. Oh, okay. What? No, it's not like Phantom Menace. He's less than 5.
Sounds like Brandon has a Spectre Supreme Leader on table, so.
He's power plus 4. You guys playing again?
5 and I think another 1 or something. So Qui-Gon will actually take Kylo out without being taken out himself.
Total power 11. I missed. So it was 11. So. Let's see. Alright, so I use Kylo's lightsaber, and then as I lose Kylo, I'm going to.
Spectre, the Supreme Leader, sounds like is going to put Kylo back in hand. Alright. So, that was actually a pretty successful turn for Jordan despite missing the saber swing. He did not lose Anakin. He did not lose Qui-Gon. He was able to clear both sites. So, pretty good. Brandon is still going to come back and do 5 damage. So, and I presume Brandon has resistance. So, he's only going to take 4 back in drains if he does not challenge.
Hey, you don't have. Hold on, so 2, 2, and 1.
So we'll see where we're at here. We're probably, I think, coming quite close to time. Oh, there is Aplek against Anakin. So as it turns out, Jordan should have reduced by attrition, but he had no way to know that that was going to be the case. So, oh, he's going to play Mara instead of Aplek, and then Kyla. Okay, so
Yeah. Then you're gonna drain me out.
Jordan's gonna concede at that point because
So the thing is, the trooper shots aren't even that big a thing. I actually, I'm like, I kind of want to grab them because the commands I think are older.
Kylo can.
So like,
Kylo and Mara are just gonna overpower Anakin here. Mara probably hits, and you can cancel the weapon swing with Anakin, so you won't hit back, and then yeah, so makes sense.
sorry you had to play that.
I like playing against it.
I cleared a space. I furry through.
Yep. So nice win for Brandon there.
So like I was just waiting. I'm like, please. I was holding.
I didn't.
And kind of a tricky matchup for Jordan there. They're right about that. Sam hit something. Oh, it looks like they finished right before time, so perfect.
Look at that, it's not even photocopied. How pretty. Can't have you scrubbing like that.
Sorry, somebody changed something on the camera over there, so I gotta.
Oh, that's dark. And that was kind of the way the game went from there. He was trying to get back in basically. And then he grabbed it with the other grabber. I thought it was the other grabber because I was like, oh, I have to pay. And when he battled me again, I have to pay. I was about to pay. Oh, good. Save me some points.
Sorry guys, I'm working on the stream here, but we'll go ahead and just I'll put my break screen up for you, and I'll try to figure out what's going on with the camera, and we'll be back as soon as we got the next round, which should be momentarily.
After the third game? Okay.
I'll announce it at the beginning of this game.
Okay.
I got it.
See if it does.
still playing? Or you gonna do it? Do whatever that's.
Right here.
Also, that stack of no. Well, you can push that envelope back on the table and fall. Now the headroom charts, those are like PC advertising things. I'm supposed to give you like a whole stack of them so you can give them out. So grab them whenever you want.
What? About one of those? I don't know if they sent them. I didn't know if you had any.
That was a good one. About as close as it gets. I was a little worried we might tie on the cross box, but I have no idea what it is. Like, I don't even know. I don't even know strategically what I'm going to try to do.
Okay.
think we just roll with it and they capture what they capture.
But you're using Japanese tat.
What deck are you playing?
I'm playing Yoda Communing.
And what's your commuting thing? Is that that's been around for a while, hasn't it?
Yes.
Do you have anything that stops you from losing to your destiny? Does it cancel your destiny?
No.
Good luck, man. What is this?
Jedi business.
Oh, okay. Yep. There you go.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, my friend.
Good luck to you as well.
It is warm in here. You can tell someone else was that door.
All right. Sorry about all that chaos there, Star Wars fans. Just trying to get things reset here. We got Game 3 coming up here of the 2023 Endor Grand Prix. I do not know who we have on stream, so I will get that information for us as soon as possible. Looks like Sam and Harpster. I'll get their sides in a second here.
I'll show you how all this comes out. Alright, so, and I'll let you cut as well. So
Alright.
first I deployed this.
Yep.
Tashima on the light side with his Yoda communing. Alright.
Establish control pulls this.
Oh, I think we're going to have a problem here. Hang on.
I'll use Emperor.
Hey, Chris. I got a question.
Actually, I'm going to use Bonnie's text. I got a complete one.
So, what I'm concerned about here, looks like the Episode 7 Emperor got pulled to the throne room by bringing before me. I don't...
What's up?
This guy was errated, wasn't it?
We'll check.
Yes, that is an issue. So, Palpatine, the Episode 7 Emperor Returned, did receive an errata. He cannot deploy except to an Episode 7 location that does not have an icon.
I think it was errated to only go to the episode 7, 8, 9 location.
It never deploys or moves literally except to an episode 7 location without a light side icon. So he can't exist anywhere except an episode 7 icon.
So you can't deploy the Death Star too?
Correct.
What the fuck do I do now? What do we do?
I don't know. I mean, you can't deploy him there.
Right.
He's been there for fucking 2 years. No.
Well,
I can see.
Alright, so, yeah, unfortunately, Unfortunately, that is going to break Harpster's deck. With the Emperor being unable to deploy to that throne room, Harpsters just won't be able to won't really be able to play the game. Bring him before me as a deck requires the Emperor, and it seems almost certain that Harper's not playing an alternate Emperor. So that is unfortunately, yep, that is going to be the end of that game. Um, Unfortunately, yeah, I mean, not really any other options for us from a tournament operations perspective. There's really not any other options. Um, we can't. There's really no way to salvage that game. Um, Now, I don't know what Chris Schoenthal, who's the tournament director for this event, I don't know what he's going to do as far as Harpster's deck going forward. Um, that is probably a question that we're going to be talking about to decide what we can do to not have Harpster just have to concede all with his dark side games. Um, but he can't. There's no way to fix the game as it currently stands. That Palpatine just is not allowed to deploy there and is caught early enough that we can't allow it to be deployed there. And then for the rest of that game, Harpster's just toast. So, um, yeah, that was. Oh, he was handed a deck and didn't know about the errata. That's really unfortunate. Okay, so um, well, that means we don't have a game to cover for here, unfortunately, on this round. And they are going to go on lunch break now. So, um, I am just going to leave the stream going here. So, y'all can come back to it. As soon as I have a start time, I will put it up on the screen for y'all for the next round because they're going to go on lunch. But stay tuned right here. We'll be back for you for at least one more game um, for coverage from the Endor Grand Prix.
Hey, Shelly, can you do me a favor? Can you check my input? The card, I put
I'll check. I mean, it's not illegal to have it in your deck. It's not illegal to have it in your deck.
But what happens when I spin my deck list and if my deck is wrong? Do I get paid?
I'll look at it.
Because I was sure as fuck I'd be able to play this one.
No, I understand.
Oh man, I already know how this one goes. Play the card in the deck, but that's fine. Well, right now I got a fucking share in my deck.
Might be on
The other half of the combo.
I was gonna say, I didn't realize Ray was a Jedi.
And yeah.
one that you can't have. It's not that you can't have it, you can have it in your deck. It's just you can't get hold of it.
That's even worse.
Unless he does that. He can have that one. I wonder why he's using that as two. He just wants to set up on.
We're working on it, we're talking about it, I don't think it'll be that, I don't think it'll be that bad. Or no, that's an inferior.
I am a saver.
Oh, yeah.
Malediction, a saver or a mouse with foresight.
Now I send it away because of Western Guard.
Well, no, I appreciate it.
Yeah, just damage someone.
Look at that beautiful face.
Sorry?
Yep. Okay, Destiny time.
Steve.
It's canceled, correct, yes. Yeah, okay, correct. Yeah, we canceled, so we go to you.
So that game we're gonna count as a loss, obviously. We're gonna let you switch that Endor to the DS2. Only that card, that's the only switch you can make. So you can, yeah, of course, like, right there, but, yeah, so do you have a balcony with you?
Yes.
Okay. But the Death Star. That's the Ultra Rare.
Once we're in. I'm afraid he's gonna come down. I can.
Thank you for saying that.
I figured it gave me my best shot since I'm not going to Star Wars cards to play something cheesy. Okay. You can blame Johnny Chu because I watched him play and I kind of like that world. So,
He does a little bit of things for us.
I'll pay 3.
So do I save my Alright guys, 28 minutes left.
they're weapon cards and not permanent weapon. Lightsaber. Losing appetite.
Fair enough.
My action, I'll add 5.
the search party thing.
Problem is, he's got pretty good maneuver. I got a lot of threes in my deck. So I'm hoping I will I'm working on that, but I also have a shoot.
That was one of the only times since I've become a yell. I try not to yell at people in politics on the internet, or at least in the Star Wars community. On Twitter, I call people. But the guy that
Thought I'd be so smart too, waiting until you didn't have a force to grab it. I was like, believe me, I'm okay. So this is hour 5. Does that add?
After blowing up the turn, I kind of try and like keep it as calm as I can.
So I think we want.
it's hard.
I think Chris would agree. I would do half of it.
Did you play the feature game? How'd it go? Which side? Yeah. It was a bad matchup.
Yeah. Hunt down versus speeders.
Yeah, there's not a lot they can do. Since Vader can choke from inside but not from outside, as we learned. It makes perfect sense, you know.
He has to be able to see you.
Right. Oh, that makes sense because he's inside the walker and he, you know, it actually kind of does.
I see you.
That actually does kind of make sense.
Boom. Logic. I was thinking of like, I mean, in my mind, I was thinking of what we do in the shadows.
Yeah. Yeah, funny enough, I think that accidentally
Do you see where Mike went?
You can see him through the windshield.
I thought it was at this table. So I saw him.
Yep.
My game against Joe that I watched on stream was very odd.
This will go well. Right? So there's a cut to top, whatever tomorrow, is that right?
Yeah, realistically, everybody that goes 6 and 2 will make it, and very small chance of 5 and 2. Very small chance.
This side too?
Well, it's still 35. Yeah, 36. I played in fields with 36 where everybody 6 and 2. But yeah, you're right. There's definitely a chance.
When he gets attacked, right? Or he always
Yeah, man.
So it's the race to 6 wins.
Oh yeah. Six is when you know you can break a little easier. At least you're gonna get a play. That's why they changed before, like if everybody who gets 6 and 2 at least. Oh, this is okay. So yeah, I see.
So we had some situations in the world where like people were going 6 and 2 and not picking up. So there's a system now where like when we get everybody who is on the second record is playing game regardless of the actual top.
Yeah. So if you go 6 and 2 at Worlds, you're getting at least a positive. Cool. Which is nice. Very nice. I'm glad you told me that too, because I did. That makes sense, because I've never seen playing games that have done before, but I've never seen.
I wouldn't have been so loose over there if I didn't have Harpster. If you just have one canceler for it,
Chris.
Hey guys, 9 minutes left. 9.
I knew I had a really critical move with what to do with Vader. I'm glad they let our Harpster change this.
because it was sitting on top of my oh god, please don't do it. Walk me through the time.
Wait, so you guys actually went to the control of the board? Okay, so if you didn't actually look at
So yeah, one of the scams they wanted to do.
I specifically, when I played, when I did my,
dang. What is it about switching? You chose one?
You're so insistent.
You chose one or three now? Two. Me too.
to increase my odds of having a shot.
Oh, Joe.
And there was the ship was the only card left.
You can go get lunch.
I had to track it.
The chance to run maybe a fire back or do that.
But still, it was I'm sorry, 5, 6, 6. I want to run into the no, plus 2 for target and house. No, target and power.
Right.
But I can reduce the attrition by 2, right?
And then can they be the mutual agents of 80 power splits?
Yeah, for
I don't need my dice. More dice for later.
We're breaking for lunch after this round, right?
Yes. You'll be back at 2:05 the next round.
We're gonna run up to the rainbow champions. We have new games. Pretty big. It wasn't necessarily the play, it was just I felt like the run. Interesting. Yeah, if I had the president, I guess that's a thing. You need to press it. Trying to but if I would probably just held off.
Chris, I lost.
Well, it's not okay with me. I'm not okay.
No, it's okay. My lightsabers haven't done anything this whole event. Some people won't fight like men.
We're the rebels. We were out of time.
Pretty good deals for all.
I only got one game that whole. Yeah, that's that.
Yeah, just post it.
Basically, like, maybe I can win that too, but I don't know. I'll do that.
All right, 5 minutes left.
The DoorDash menu is more comprehensive than the menu on their own website. So I posted that.
We have a half hour now.
Yeah, 2:05 is the next round.
Thank you.
What was your guys' result over there?
I lost. But I'm 2-1 as far as having fun.
I'm 3-0 as far as having fun.
I don't know about that.
Too much? Okay, there.
We end up playing again Dark Light. My Dark deck fights a lot more.
Damn. Why awkwardly?
Because his opponent tried to deploy Emperor Redeemed. Or Emperor. The one that doesn't work.
Yes.
So you just snooker it away. Yeah, we let him switch it. Like we're gonna, that counts as his decay loss for the deck area.
First is send good to me. No preference. Trying to find the others.
Brenton takes it. Steve won.
I want this. Okay. Steve won.
Steve won, he said, and I won.
Gotcha. All right.
Kill, kill, kill.
Taylor
No.
Three that haven't been. Oh yeah, no, there are. There's one right there. There's one right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there.
We'll swing for whatever it's worth. 5. 3. One destiny. Yeah. Got someone.
Alright guys, that was time.
Oh, we probably have. Chris, how much of an extension do we have?
Like 2 minutes. Oh, 3 minutes because you had an extension at the beginning too.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, John, I'll start.
Chris, Jordan won.
Got it.
Derek Jackson wins. I am playing against quite literally the worst possible luck all day today. So I mean I don't want that like he beat me.
No, I mean that was like when you didn't flip on turn one.
You definitely won.
He's so nice.
But actually, you appreciate the fact that cubes normally.
We changed about the
You knocked me off the site.
point card. The one of them heroes.
Oh, there was just a miscommunication. Like, I was working off bad information when I said that they were legal. Like, nobody ever actually figured out that they were legal. We just, like, somebody told me that somebody before had said they were legal, and so that they never were, and they shouldn't be. So.
I should have just come after
Time on the second game!
space instead of
Yeah, I was something
flipping, so that would have been bad.
because they're full slip.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, there's a difference between like legal from like Casey and like
still not
a legal sense and tournament legal.
Yeah.
So like they're not illegal to make by like our standards of our agreement with Lucas and stuff. But still, we don't want to like it is confusing for people like when they're playing in tournaments, so we don't want that. Cal and Kun, you heard those times?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're tied, right?
Yeah.
This is the last. This is the last turn, yeah.
I figured yesterday with my wife. Helping out.
Yeah. I don't understand. It's still like
It's just fun to hang out here on the game. I feel like I learned a lot.
that's fine. You're still tied. What are you what?
So are you what, 2-1 today?
Power here is Chris, what time's the next one start at?
205.
205 game. I activated the Chimera.
2:05. Wonderful.
Backdoor it though.
It's not too late, don't call it a comeback.
That's right. I'm about to backdoor this shit. Watch out, show. I'm coming.
Oh lordy, coming.
The rise is on. Maybe.
Come on, you're in my fantasy team.
I'm pulling. I'm gonna try real hard for you, Eric.
Well, now that you said that.
I said it before the tournament.
Probably Jack in the Box. Or Subway. There's Subway that's quick. I'm gonna run up to my room real quick, so if anybody needs me, that's where I'm at.
Oh yeah, cheers. Yeah, that's not. Oh, good luck, mate.
Thanks.
Yeah. Good luck, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, you can do that because it's not gonna cost you, just a bundle. Free. There's space. Oh, almost free. More than. That's pretty cool. Is it like just, like is the new car on there? You start with a 2.6.
How you doing today?
Good, how about yourself?
Not so hot.
Oh, okay.
I mean, good, but I'm not playing good.
Oh. Well, we gotta try and have fun too, right?
That's right. It's all about the fun. Who cares if you know 0 characters in your opening hand as QMC?
No,
The odds
no,
of that
no.
are so likely. There's 0 characters in it. There's 7 red cards.
Again?
Yeah.
For your second game? That's fun.
You know, people are like,
Because that happened in the first game too, right? There's 0 characters and 1 character.
Oh, right, yeah. That's right, I forgot about that. I spent all my ones on tips.
where are you at now?
I have 1 and 2. The classic plan.
Yeah, I guess it would depend entirely on what it's fine.
And it was definitely a function of being game 3, but at some point, like, the game wasn't over, but it was getting decided. Like, still get
So if you use it and there's an availability, just roll one through whatever the next play is that will want it. So whatever the first available, so it might be like 3 weeks before the.
2 with Matt, 0 and 1 with the other.
No!
That's what I expected.
So in that case,
Well,
it's
it's
gonna.
pretty now, it's cool.
So pretty much you think.
I lost the speed for it, though. I should have looked at the docking bays where they did.
Oh, and he
Yeah,
gets the
yeah.
bait and goal.
Like one of them was on docking bay and he had a stormtrooper there, so. And I was shield busted.
So you couldn't do ultimatum.
Even if it were to come home.
It was like pretty good.
Probably still.
Pretty good.
And retrieving.
But it still wasn't.
The map, that map is done.
They went on three.
Was it heavy space or goal?
All we had was.
Oh, that preamp.
But I couldn't put together the stuff. I was looking at the car. And like the top deck, you get the, only get like 7 or 8 where it's like that.
So when I was up to
Yeah, but a lot of the big shots are just
But,
pretty reds with like.
yeah, you're local to Seattle.
yeah, like 40 minutes.
Which version?
Oh,
And whatever. That's great.
It's been a while since we got
usually we get about 8, which is like.
I blew a shield.
We got to 7. That was we got 7 last.
Right.
It's not.
A lot of times. It doesn't.
Yeah, we're lucky with what we.
Like someone coming up from San Diego.
We're lucky up here with between Portland and Seattle. We have like pretty decent turnout whenever we have these.
It's good. Yeah, this is good. 33. Is it 30? How many?
I said 35, 36, I think. was the
36
final.
are playing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They were just at.
In some cases, that's faster. It's
Get your food?
they're getting my food.
Yeah, they left. They were there when I hit.
Cool. $100 feels great. Like,
Yeah.
where'd
I
you
feel
get that?
super good.
Where'd you
eBay.
get that for $100? Like,
eBay.
eBay?
Yeah, I mean, like,
I've seen those auctions around. You might have bought it from Brian Fred, actually.
probably. He's like, oh shit, that looks familiar. Actually, I doubt it because the gentleman I bought it from, it appeared that English was his second language, based on like what he posted. Oh, okay, well, I don't know Brian well enough to say that, but
Yeah.
Well, he
That's
does.
not even accurate.
But yeah, like, because I reached out and I was like, have you looked through this? What's in there? And his response was kind of cryptic and not like intentionally cryptic, like sort of missing what I was saying. And so
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, for $100, it's fine if I pull anything decent out of there. And I'd like to build a paper collection. I mean, I have my cards.
That's a good start. I would say. I think
there's
that's a
some
good start.
playable shit in there for sure.
Because the truth is, like, you're local too, right?
Portland, but yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I just assume for most people, it's true in LA. Like, I think that like just no one, locals, no one cares if you can proxy every single card.
That's
deck,
true.
You know, like, and then just
And for me, but now it's like a pride thing. I'm like, I want
totally. I mean,
want
I would
three
rather.
Emperors, I want 3 Luke Jedi.
I also only borrow if I have to. I would rather buy the cards and like get them.
Yeah. No, but the proxy thing is totally true.
But all you need to do is just like pick like a deck or two for each side. And,
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
that you
Build
play,
that.
and you play on Gem, so you kind of know what you want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a retro player? Or are you
Mainly retro. Yeah.
Okay.
So
What's your
Rogue
format?
One on Gem.
I've seen you playing before.
Yeah. I play a fair amount. It seems like I went through a spurt where I was playing like because I work from home and when it's slow, it's like fucking game after game after game.
Yep, I've been there.
Yeah. I just I got married like a month and a half ago.
Oh, nice.
So,
Congratulations.
thank you. But it was all about the wedding, so I basically didn't play for like a month and a half before this.
I feel that.
It was and we did our honeymoon, so I just
Where'd you go?
Korea.
Korea.
Which is fucking badass, man.
Cool.
Any
Yeah.
interest in going?
I've seen like, and it seems like a beautiful country.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's gorgeous. Yeah. And the food is fucking kick ass, and like.
I mean, I love Korean food. We have really good Korean food in LA.
Oh yeah,
specifically.
K-Town is a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I've had access to good Korean food, and I do.
And what's amazing is it's like there's, and Koreans would never admit this, but there's a huge Japanese influence on the cuisine. So the Japanese food,
but because of Japanese imperialism.
Correct.
Yes.
So again, Koreans would never admit to it.
That's why they don't like. But that's yeah. I mean,
but there's amazing Japanese food in Korea as well.
I'm sure.
And what was cool about it is Korea, for a first world developed country, it is really affordable. Like food and drink and transportation is cheaper than the U.S.
Korea, yeah.
I think so.
Korea is a really. It seems like a really cool place, but also a really insane place for other reasons.
Yeah.
That like you just. I imagine if you're going there and you just don't think about that.
Oh,
like, right?
As a travel, well, you can say that about most places in life, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Geopolitics don't
But like,
necessarily
there's
impact
Korea
you.
because like I know in Korean culture they don't think of themselves as two separate countries
No,
at
no,
all. They're Korea. They have like that identity, and both of them have that and have it claimed, and it's like this weird sort of dual.
Well,
I don't know. Yeah.
What's funny is I actually hooked up. I don't know if you know Steven Sanders is a Geb player, part of the PC.
Sounds familiar.
He put on the Retro League this past. But anyway, I met up with him while we were there, and he works for the. He's a foreign diplomat, and so he had insight into the political underpinnings of South Korea. It was sick.
Sure.
And like we went down to the main part, like where Parliament and all that is, and there was some demonstration. And I texted him like, "What the fuck's going on? Like this is really weird." He's like, "Yeah, that happens like every day." I'm like, "Okay."
But were they demonstrating?
I tried to look in the local news and like send him pictures. And he's like, "Yeah, I have no idea." It's like, who knows?
How you doing, buddy?
Whoa.
Still here.
You play one game online.
Yeah, man, can we make your life any easier?
And you'll
Yeah, doing good.
Cop.
Hanging in there.
Do you want like a comfy chair? Grab one,
You want a back rub?
This one. That would be nice.
I mean, Tommy was just grabbing furniture from whatever and just bringing it into our hotel suite. Like just.
That's fucking awesome.
I'm surprised he didn't just like take one of these chairs because these would have been like illogical chairs to take. But
Did he take some from down here upstairs?
Hmm?
Did he take some from down here upstairs?
No, I think it was stuff that was like outside in like the the common area.
Amazing.
It's still in there too, so.
Oh, the plug.
I'm gonna plead ignorance of. You heard me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. you doing today? No?
I'm 0-3.
Oh, it's great.
It's what I get. It's matches the level of preparation I did.
That's fair. What are you playing?
Playing Hunt Down and Legend.
Legend. I don't know that one.
The galaxy may need a legend.
They may.
We need Luke Skywalker.
It's
fun. It is a
then
very
he goes out
fun
of play,
day.
right?
Huh?
Then he goes out of play, right?
He does go out of play. Yeah.
It kind of sucks if you need him and he's like gone.
But that's what you need. Maybe that's what we needed him to do.
Maybe the real Luke Skywalker.
Would have gotten your wishes.
It was the friends we made along the way.
Kind of wish they'd said that like in the ship at the end of like the Falcon's like flying away after getting rescued and Rey's like maybe the real Luke Skywalker.
How did you decide, or the PC decide on this hotel? Have you guys done it here before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So quite a few times actually. Last year we missed on this hotel. There was like some scheduling conflict. We went to another hotel, but then they kicked us out.
Yeah, that's what I wasn't sure if that was this one or the other one.
Yeah, well, it's funny because they're supposed to be related. Like they're supposed to be part of the same chain.
And they just didn't.
I guess one hand didn't talk to the other, so
Yeah.
they're like,
Sure,
yeah,
no
come on
problem.
back.
That's really funny.
Oh,
Yeah.
they didn't appreciate their guardrail being.
I was gonna say, why did you
It was not the guardrail that did it, although it is funnier to have that be the narrative. But yes.
Oh, okay.
Were you guys just too rowdy?
Well, so like
No.
we brought a keg and like.
So I obviously came in the wrong fucking turn.
It wasn't rowdiness. It was just like people didn't really clean up after themselves
Oh,
that
I
well,
can
and like the trash was overflowing and stuff.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Basically, like places will kind of look the other way on the no alcohol rule if it's like this, where it's like in the fridge and like
Right.
you throw stuff.
Well,
away,
they're
but
doing
when
them
it's
like-
the room looks like a kegger. You're like, we can't
Doesn't
really,
go over quite as
we
well.
can't really pretend you didn't have alcohol in
Yeah.
here. Like, you know.
Yeah.
Is that legitimately the rule? There's no.
Yeah, that's all. Like every hotel technically has that rule.
Really?
You can't bring in outside alcohol. Yeah.
Correct.
I didn't even fucking realize that. It's my own naivety.
Walking around with a beer in your hand off the body.
Beer is not a big deal. Like I said, it's plausible deniability on their part. Like they don't care that much as long as you're chill about it.
Yeah. And like.
They just don't want a bunch of people.
And we're.
running
I
over
feel like we're all
page.
also older and like don't get as crazy as we used to. I mean,
Speak
last.
for yourself.
I mean, it does happen. I mean,
You're
I tend to
telling
get
me.
some crazy.
You're telling me.
Low amount of crazy.
Oh,
I got no reason to not be crazy.
You're
You
telling
just
me that
start
we'll get loud
fucking
in the middle of the night?
load characters every turn.
I'm yelling timber.
When Dan asked me if I wanted Taco Bell, I think he had to say it twice before I was like my brain would register that he was not saying Taco Bell.
You want to talk about? I mean,
I mean, yeah.
I
Wait,
was
what?
just
I'm
here.
sorry. What are you asking me?
I noticed you were already busy. Eric, that you have the food for tonight, so I think the first few options are fine.
no preference things.
No, I'm cruising.
I'm just here to enjoy myself.
I like the different place.
My games were enjoyable. There's like whole.
If there's no question for the rest, I can roll. No, actually, very excited. Thanks for letting us know the time. Time it in. Yeah.
Your dad.
Go for it. You asked me that.
Okay.
That's for each player's.
Yeah.
Started with 60 just like everybody else. Yeah.
That's right.
The triple sleeve,
I
that's
think
why.
we were like
My-
four.
my- my first was that-
6 or 7. So you know.
My headquarters was got smile since as well. First game thing. I think eventually lost the game.
So, some hungry people coming in.
Nom 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 nom.
Hey,
Yeah, there's a lot of wood.
That's why we do this.
This is delicious.
What is that?
Chicken quesadilla?
Taco
Ah,
Bell.
ah, ah.
Hmm?
Are any of you guys hungry?
No.
I have a burrito.
And you still have
supposedly coming to me, but
you still have the burger from last night?
I'll take a burrito if you're
I'm storing my food for lunches Sunday night.
Were you offering a burrito?
Steve, you get food? I got a burrito. You want a burrito?
I didn't know what to say.
What did Shane do?
Oh, okay. I understand. Didn't want to be in the picture.
What flavor of burrito was it?
Hmm?
What flavor of burrito was it? What flavor did it, Brian?
It's something that's good.
Well, it's from Taco Bell, so I don't know.
Oh, well,
It's something that's mid.
There you go.
Who did you play last game?
No, not quite. Not that close.
He wasn't, oh, he wasn't.
Are you light or dark?
Are you winning?
Oh, nice.
Oh, God.
Well, some games.
So back on the, remember when Matt was like, what happens when Matt's not here to tell me how bad I'm doing? It's like, you just crush it. I know,
Yeah. So,
it's better than when it rolls, we was like, what's the opposite of like a kid? He's like,
they
Mike.
were on the ice over there. So,
A little bit better than it rolls.
Hey, Sam, nice. 3-0, so.
Well, like it's like.
Where you at?
We go.
It's actually I think 205.
We might.
Group vote.
We always
I didn't
play
want
each
to say
other.
group
Like,
vote.
are you
Then people's like, don't want it. Oh, I'll get back at 215 and avoid the photo or whatever.
I'm going to be playing mine. Oh yeah, because you're gonna play good.
You also like too? Oh, you're playing God.
I'm gonna play light.
I thought. Consider.
I'd go with three.
Oh, really?
The San Diego trip, right? Did you guys go to Disneyland?
One of you. They're both for your room, one of them was on the mount.
But you know, like one of those things.
Huh?
I've never seen a fight. I think you go fight someone. Just want to make sure you do.
Oh, in case they don't want that DVD, just
It's been unreal.
So,
But we rally. Oh, so the best.
I'm rallying for Eric.
Yes, like, yeah.
wait, what? What did I have? Tell me
We were
my
talking
day.
about the Wrath of Khan and how you like did not know the ending of that movie. You watched it and then realized that movie was not the movie we watched, and we had to like tell you what happened.
Wait, I was just like, oh? I'm like,
You've never seen the Wrath of Khan?
Yeah.
I have once.
Something happened in the end.
I have seen all the Star Trek movies.
Everyone's happy.
Years ago.
I just thought it was the greatest one of the greatest
I watched the whole thing and don't even remember. See? It's not all right. I mean, it's not amazing, but I mean, it's Taco Bell, so it's what you get.
So there is a whole part at the very end that
It's better than the
Oh, like the whole Spock dying thing?
Just
Oh, that's a scene.
That's the best part, and it's like
Yeah,
So they're actually like,
it's been me. But you have seen it's like
I remember when I was talking to people that went and saw it. Oh, it was so shocking.
Good thing.
What are we playing now?
Same deck.
Zach against.
So you can be a good guess. So I've got 7 force, and I've got Han and the Falcon. Why am I unable to deploy the Endor?
Two moves are deployed here.
Where? Punch him, and I know.
That's good. That's a good point. You got it. You got it. The only thing you're missing is the saber flash.
Hey, he dropped Imperial Command, unless he's got it.
So get your
I've
feet
seen
going
2 so
over the
far.
Hearthstone.
He's likely in his deck.
Which format are you playing?
Basically, the only thing I know how to play.
I've used you both.
But he's going to drop Executor. That's fine, but I'll sorry, I'll get it. But I'll post up, and then I'll drop. He'll battle me, and then I'll drop. Which I have back.
Oh, he did first.
But I'm drawing like a shit ton of decks.
I mean, you're gonna drop.
I'm going to let him battle into me, though, because I've got much.
You're gonna talk. You're drawing cards, so you're gonna be drawing. You're drawing.
I like this deck more patient. As I'm more patient with the deck, the more I am. And I like that to be celebrated. So if I can do Armo Desk, find Armo Desperate Power, get over there and then bounce.
I mean, you're gonna do like soft.
I was like, I'm like,
I can go sort of videos and like just
that's not what I think. He's got 2 commands. Unless maybe he's running more than one, which is going to be really I do. I just, I mean, I never went to I know he's got it in his hand because he played first turn.
yeah, you may not actually want to deploy the space.
You know what I didn't really think about is the other ceasefire.
Alright, I can go down to
Like, even if it's a 2 hour.
I can drop Obi-Wan. I've got
Alright, everybody
So
good?
here's where my mind flashed.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Hello. Alright. Alright, can we all head right out here to this little open area? We're going to do the group picture. So.
We're gonna get the guys from
What's we come in and everyone leaves?
Yeah, well, you know what? Drive the coincidence. No, we're making a mad dash to the restaurant.
We're all going to the restroom for a picture?
You can just do whatever you want.
You guys, oh, we're going to go.
Pictures are in the poop. Pictures are in there. Picture.
Oh, we're going somewhere?
Yeah, picture time.
That's why I didn't tell you. I was just inside.
Have the board.
craft beer sees before it gets destroyed.
Hopefully you ain't tying him out.
We're going right now.
Alright. So he moved everybody over. Death Star. I don't know why he stacked with the Death Star here. What is he doing?
All right. Welcome back, Star Wars fans. Hope you enjoyed the break there.
What does the old Emperor do that the new Emperor doesn't do?
They can deploy.
We have pairings coming up pretty soon here.
Guys, if it was you and me and that happened, I would have could change it to the one that's supposed to be.
No, it was my fuck up. They let me swap
parents
out,
are
that's
up.
all I can help.
All right.
What round is this? This is game 4.
I know they took a little bit of a break coming back there to take a photo of everyone in attendance at the event. Then we got our pairings coming up here. Let you know who we've got as soon as we've got them.
You good with being on stream?
In the meantime, I can tell you just kind of glancing at the totals for deck archetypes and whatnot. Looks like a pretty evenly split field, actually. Couple things standing out, but nothing too crazy. All right, looks like we've got Sam Tashima and Mike Turner going to be on stream for us on this round. Or, nope, I think they're heading to the main stream.
And just yell at me if I try to cheaty pants you. If I do something that's not legal, just holler at me.
All right, nope, actually, yeah, that was the main stream. Looks like secondary stream's going to be Aaron Kahler and Hayes Hunter. So that should be a good one here. We got Aaron on the Watto deck, Hayes Hunter on Obi-Wan Communing.
And I got Comlink up on my phone if you need it. I do have quite a few Japanese CDs.
Let me get our text updated here.
Cantina, most likely.
Go ahead and draw your starting hands. Do not start yet.
You know my name, Dan.
All right, so gonna have a lot of fighting on Tatooine here. The updated Imperial Detention Shield's probably going to be pretty key for Watto so that he can at least stop Hayes from getting his use pile pulls at the Watto specific sites.
Good luck, man.
Be interested to see how they both approach this.
And I really do appreciate you guys pulling me into dinner Thursday night. It's very kind of you guys.
Hot pleasure. I don't remember. What did we eat for dinner on Thursday night?
We're at the bar at that restaurant.
Oh, yeah, we were over there. I remember.
Talking about the camaraderie in the community, which
Sebulba and Watto.
Plus, there's so much life.
You have to reveal them. And
anybody who's gone to these events regularly is going to be well familiar with that kind of friendliness, openness in the community. Looks like I can't see the effect, but it appears that Aaron is starting quietly observing, so he had to reveal Watto and Sebulba as Black Sun agents. So that'll put a damper on Hayes' ability to attack him, because obviously if he's doing that and revealing them that way, very, very likely that he has Zizor's Bounty as a pullable barrier. Yeah, and Aaron's pulling a bunch of shields right away. Imperial Detention Shield, as we said, Grabber, and then Fanfare to pick up the Zizor's Bounty. So Watto certainly has the advantage of being very, very modular, I think is the term that I would use. There's a lot of changes, there's a lot of things you can do to it. There's not very many parts of it that are like mandatory includes. So Aaron's gonna command to pick up Ozzel and then use Fanfare to pick up his Scissors Bounty. While Hayes uses the 3PO puller to pick up 3PO with his parts showing. So Lightside really has to prepare for kind of anything to potentially come out of a Watto deck. There's a lot of things you can do with it. I've enjoyed playing in the Jawa format with Ubrikian Industries to pull transport vehicles. You can do mains with it. You can do like Inquisitors. You can do. I've seen the new trooper that pulls a dewback from outside your deck. So yeah, there's really kind of everything under the sun can go in Watto. So you got to be kind of ready for anything. This as opposed to like Hayes' deck, the Obi-Wan Communing, has some flexibility, but like the restrictions on Obi-Wan Communing mean that you know that there's not going to be any Jedi. They're likely to have a bunch of rebels to make their deck work. Saito reveals more about the things you can expect in terms of like weapons and stuff as opposed to like speeders or something along those lines. So, and I'm sure if we could see Aaron's effects, it would tell us a little bit more about what to expect here. I would assume a Nichubana V is probably one of the only effects I'd say is like 100% in the Watto decks these days. Yeah, pulls Sebulba for free. He did get an Accelerate to get his bridge out, which is pretty strong. He's going to use his objective, cause some loss here. Hayes is going to lose the 3PO puller and then one other red card, which I didn't see, but very likely it was from hand. Ooh, and then Aaron's going to be very bold here and just said he's just going to draw cards. So he's going to leave Watto and Sebulba split up, which is pretty uncommon. Leaning on that Caesar's Bounty. So we'll see what Hayes has now on his turn. I just heard someone say they'll initiate a pod race. I think Steve Harpster was the person next to them, so that's pretty cool. Kind of a Pavlovian response to that kind of thing. Alright, so Hayes is going to pull, looks like the Loage Moisture Farm with his farm, and then the Jabba's Palace Antechamber with his communing, or his Master Kenobi text. I would be surprised if this version is very far separate from the builds of this that Hayes has been playing recently. So it looks like we're playing the sites on the opposite sides, opposite edges of the Watto locations. Not using the Obi-Wan set to separate them from anything. There's the cantina, and I can't believe he's gone. Hayes is going to pull a shield. I can't tell what it is. My instinct would be Goldenrod. Would be one of the shields that you want against Watto.
Communing peak.
He's using his communing text.
Your go. And on your turn, I'm going to communing peak.
So he drew some cards, and he's going to pass, and then he's going to peek with communing again. Oh, actually, that's probably battle plan, right?
I'm going to put it at the bottom.
Looks like he's put both of his communing peak cards on the bottom of his force pile.
Shuffle my hand and pick one of these. Play.
Aaron's got Malice there.
Put one down.
Aaron now working out how he's going to continue his game plan. Watto has a pretty scripted turn one, but then after that, kind of gets as flexible as the deck contents can be. You know what you want to do from there depends a lot on the contents of your hand and how you want to reinforce your position, set up damage, etc., etc., etc. So expending a bunch of force. Darth Vader with lightsaber to back up Watto. All right. All right. So Boba will join the party at the junkyard. That'll flip Watto back to 0 side. Don't see Darth Vader with lightsaber too often. I would presume that he used his objective. I didn't see what happened.
3.
Aaron has saved 3 force while Hayes activated 14, sounded like. For 6, 8, 10, 11, 14. Yep. Alright, he's working out his options now. Spending 5. Maybe thinking better of that. No, it looks like still 5. He's going to start with 2 for 3PO. Get some more card manipulation going. Find the pieces that he needs. So most commonly what you'll see Watto do is kind of this, where they stack up at the junkyard and then slowly add to a stack at Mos Espa so they can stay flipped during their deploy phase at least. Do the thing, cause some damage, draw a card from Sebulba, and then they can end up with kind of a big stack at those two sites. But because of the versatility, you could see them attack kind of anywhere. They don't even have to necessarily use their objective if it's more profitable to attack elsewhere. So he's gonna have to weigh all of these things. Now, it looks like he just passed. Drew some cards and used 3PO again. So Aaron's going to add or play Ozzel to get the flip, and then he's going to use his objective. Hayes, I assume, saved enough force that he can do either thing, but he's going to lose two. He's going to lose the card from 3PO and then another card. Can't see him, but... So kind of going exactly as Aaron would hope, I would think. The kind of golden rule that I've lived by playing Watto is you should assume that you will never get to deploy something for free. And then, if you ever do, it's kind of a bonus. One thing I often like to do with that is if you have effects like Tentacle, or Hyperwave Scan, or Phantom Menace, for various things that are like, oh, this will be good to have on table, but I don't really need it per se right now. Imperial Decree, you can put those down, and then if your opponent uses 2 force to let you deploy them for free, well, they don't have a cost, so you don't get hit by Goldenrod. You could just play them. You can just play them for free. Or if they don't, then you put back a High Destiny red card. Well, he's going to consolidate and draw cards. So, slow progression. Aaron did pull Coward, so he is shield busted now. To stop Hayes from retrieving until he gets some presence on the table. Alright. Hayes is going to use a Walkling, which is off the camera view, but we could assume he started, to get an effect. Presumably the no escape if Aaron was prompted to pull the Coward, or sorry, an Onita. If that top card is in fact something really good, then Hayes should be able to just get it right now. I didn't see what he picked up, but Hayes will activate. He's going to try to deploy location with Obi-Wan and miss. Just probably wanted to look at his deck. A couple characters. Grab like Leia's transport. Oh man, call me crazy, but that looked like it might have been a Princess Organa. I don't know. We'll have to see. That is Onita on the junkyard. So he will pick up a card, the top card of his lost pile. Must have peeled something good. Alright, here's 4 force for Leia, Rebel, Princess. And that will get Zizor's bountied. Yep. So she cannot battle, but she can move. Important distinction from barrier. And Hayes did give up his option of a use pop pull by deploying that way. Looks like Jin Urso will deploy here as well. Deploying not undercover, so Jin's text where she draws if unable is going to come into play here. Watto normally would block you or block light type from drawing Battle Destiny there, but Jin draws if unable to otherwise, so that gets around that. and a Ray. So Ray will get a use bubble because she always does. Let's see. Hayes is sitting far enough back from the camera that I cannot tell what his options are there, but
Interesting choices.
Hayes says interesting choices for him. So let's see what he's got. Now Darth Vader is on the table with Ozzel, but if Hayes initiates this battle, there's no way for the react text to trigger and kill Ozzel, so we won't have that to worry about.
That's a card.
Sounds like Aaron did save a bunch of force, so Hayes working out what his best avenue is here on this. Ray,
The bottom card.
yeah, well, just gonna draw the bottom card after the use popple. Really, just very, very strong interaction with communing. It's pretty easy to find almost anything that you want. So we'll see.
Not a battleground.
Okay, so we got Padme and we got Leia's blast rifle. Leia not able to participate in this battle. But Padme will shut down Darth Vader's ability to use his lightsaber. Padme, unfortunately, will not get to add a destiny to attrition if Hayes initiates here because Leia won't be there. But the whole stack of ladies can just stand there. If Hayes has a, he's gonna recirculate. So yeah, he's just gonna stand in front. If Hayes has like a handle, he certainly has played like he does, playing all these female characters. Alright, so we'll see what Aaron has to counter the stack of characters at the junkyard. He would really need to eliminate Jin to put the most hurt on Hayes here, because that would stop Hayes' ability to draw Battle Destiny at all, which would stop the Attrition Destiny and the total adder with Ray. So it looks like Aaron is giving up a verify on his searching for the chance cube. Hayes commenting on the Destiny in there. I did see a lot of ones. Looks like Executor, Blizzard 1, bunch of characters. So not the greatest. Ah. Aaron started to alert my Star Destroyer as one of his effects, so he's going to flash Thrawn for Chimera. That's a pretty secure space presence right there. Doesn't do much about the situation on the ground though. So I don't know what Aaron's got up his sleeve for this. It's a pretty good ground stack.
That's what? 12 minus 2, so 10.
Yeah, Chimera does cost 10 here.
I'm gonna communing key.
Hayes uses his communing text, leaves the card on top of his force pile.
How much force do you have left now?
Ooh. After using 10 force, Aaron has 13 left. So, not necessarily done with the turn by any means. we know Hayes has laser resistance transport in his deck. Oh, yep, there's the Dewback Trooper. Now, laser resistance transport not really going to do anything at this point since Ray's already deployed, Leia's already deployed. You might be playing Admiral Holdo, but that's not great, so probably not. Alright, that is going to allow Aaron to use his objective to cause some ping damage. So you'd think Chimerian space there, probably only threatened by Hanshin the Falcon and like Lando or Hera. And even then you gotta be concerned about like Imperial Command. Plus with Alert My Star Destroyer, you know, definitely possible that there's more ships to come than just the Chimera. So you gotta be leery about, you know, deploying some out there and then getting your forfeit fodder cleared and having another Star Destroyer dropped on you. We saw that happen in another game. Alright, so we got EPP Lord Maul coming out here to the junkyard. The Dewback will move over, Trooper will jump off, Watto will jump on. Now the Dewback...
With the trooper, he can't be fired at with a lightsaber.
Dewback doesn't particularly have any real text here, but the Trooper... I do not recall the name of that trooper, but we can be able to find it here. TD4445 says your characters aboard Dewbacks here may not be targeted by axes or lightsabers. So that gives Watto a little bit of protection. Now, not much, since that does not apply to Leia's blaster rifle. But it is something. And, you know, Maul not affected by Padme, so he will get to swing with Maul in the event that there's a battle here. Plus, I think it's just very heavily overpowered. Oh! So Hayes disarms Lord Maul. That's pretty big. Because now this fight is a lot less concerning.
Odds that I hit that are not good, so I will not. I will for location.
Yeah, the Dewback Trooper is good tech in here. Ooh, those are pretty good destinies. There's a Hoojix and then a character, but two of the characters in there are like Lando and Leia Rebel Princess, which are fine. So, yeah, the Trooper does not prevent all weapons, just lightsabers and axes. So, you have to think if Hayes does battle, the first action will probably be to kill Watto, so that no matter what else happens, he'll still get to draw a destiny.
Oh, you're going to add that.
I would be a little concerned about the power, though. Dewback. Dewback's only power 2. So it'd be, let's see, that's 7, 11, 13, plus another 13 is 26. 26 against 16. Yeah, it's overpowered pretty considerably. Okay, so Hayes is just going to go with his space package. He's got his Profundity and a Hanshin the Falcon, which is going to get barriered. Hayes is going to grab the barrier, which seems pretty reasonable. And now Hayes has to consider what he's going to do. So there's an Anakin Skywalker Padawan learner on as piloting the Profundity. That's a tricky battle. really have to crack the 5 for that battle to be good. It's probably worth it to just stand there, honestly, in front and not fight. See what Aaron has to back up.
I will fight for free here.
No. Hayes is better than me. He is going to fight. He is going to initiate the battle. Aaron has a react.
No vehicle space.
No. He has a Tempest Scout 6, but the Chimera cannot carry a vehicle, so cannot react with that. No. Can't believe he's gone. Does let you add one. Oh, he's going to react with Greedo. Alright. So, I think Hayes is probably missing on just the non-Reflections 3 character or the Hoojix that are in his reserve right now. Alright, so he drew the 5 for Battle Destinies.
It doesn't do anything, so I will add 3 to make it an 8. 9.
Oh, sounds like he has... you do have your moments.
Make it a 7, but that doesn't kill Greedo, so I want to kill both. So yeah, I'm going to plus 3 it. So 5 plus 3 plus 1.
And I draw 2.
Uh,
4.
Okay.
Power 9.
I'm 8. I'm 9 plus 5. 9. I'm 18. So,
Alright, so... You do have your moments means that Aaron will lose both characters. Hayes will trade You Do Have Your Moments Lost and Anakin for them. Getting rid of the Thrawn is a big deal, though, because now Aaron is going to have to add more stuff to the Chimera there just to make it, have any kind of chance. Oh, he's going to battle here as well. Okay. A lot of options of who to shoot with Leia. I would think Watto would be the safest, but
Battle Destiny, which is no big deal.
but Sebulba's the most power, so. Alright. So Leia will kill Sebulba with the blaster rifle.
His text is canceled because of Padme, right?
Yep.
So, no actions for me.
Yeah, so Aaron has no actions there.
Activate it first. I'm going to add a Destiny to attrition.
Alright, Hayes will add his attrition destiny from Padme.
And 7 is 14. To your 6 and 6.
Oh, I mathed wrong. It's 14. Alright.
12 and 6 is 18, 22. So you're 22 to my...
22 to 13. 14. 22 to 14.
Down by 8. That is reasonable. So I will draw my Battle Destiny. I will...
He draws Leia Rebel Princess for his Battle Destiny. Yeah, Jin draws one if unable, so...
Redraw it.
Alright, he's going to redraw Leia with Jedi Love.
I'll add 1 to it.
Alright, into another 3.
Yep. Oh, you draw your Battle Destiny first, Dish. Yep. So...
Looks like it was 9 attrition for Hayes.
That's good to know. I told you I'd try to cheat fancy.
14 plus 5, right? 1, 1, 3. So I'm 19 to your 18, 22 plus 24. 24, okay. Yeah,
So
so I'm
Aaron drew a
up
2
there.
there, so.
It was 4 attrition plus 5 on the battle list, so 9.
Yeah.
And I will lose.
I would assume 9's going to be like Ozzel and Maul, would be my. Could be Trooper instead of Ozzel. I think Ozzel's probably safer. Yeah. Alright, trade Ray for Maul and Ozzel. That's not too bad. That turned went pretty well for Hayes. Kept Jin on the table, which was crucial. Kept Padme and Leia. Took out 5 characters and lost 2 himself. And a lost interrupts? Yeah. That's a pretty effective turn, I think. So we'll see what Aaron's got to come back at him with. He's on deck definitely has the advantage as far as synergies go and whatnot, but you know, Aaron can do a lot of different things here. Bury Theron in case of no escape too. Yep.
Keep you this turn. I think I did. Pretty sure I did.
I guess that he wins space. That seems likely. Depends on what other like alert pairing he has. If he has, I mean, we know he has Executor, but I don't know if he's gonna have enough force to play the Executor from here, or certainly to pair with it, because the pairing has to be Piet. Yeah, like Executor. Alright, so he's another Sebulba, plays for free. Get the objective flipped over again. I'll say Sebulba is, or not Sebulba, Executor is kind of indicative of the problem I was talking about before, where to me, with your Watto deck, you just have to assume that you'll never get to play anything for free. And the Executor just doesn't really work in this deck unless you're playing it for free. Like, it costs you more than a full turn's worth of force in almost all your matchups. So, like, you're never going to just jam it. You would have to save multiple turns in order to play it, and then, like, is it that good? Like, it's good. Is it that good? That I don't know. So, yeah, that's an interesting choice that I see it. I've seen a lot in Watto decks, and I'm not sure I've ever really agreed with.
Alright guys, 26 minutes left.
You can go back and forth, I guess.
Which card? I guess it has to be. I don't want that card. I want all these cards.
Yeah, Hayes is losing force to the Watto objective here, so.
Killer, man. How many cards are in your hand?
Aaron still has 8 cards in hand, so.
I need this.
Pierce only had like 4 cards in hand. Although those might just be like these are the 4 options that he's looking at, but now he's saying he needs some of those, so he may just be very light on hand now. He did spend 4 cards out of his hand last turn, so. Aaron did have the no escape, so that was really good. Bury that. So he got the Ozzel back, so he's got a pilot. It's nice if you can play it for free, James, but that's the point I was making. It's like with Watto, I think you should assume that you will never get to play anything for free off of it. Because you just can't, you can never know when your opponent will allow you to do so. And the Executor is not a good card to float and just like, we'll put it down and hope that they let me have it this time. So the threat of deploy with your face on card in the 7th set. Yeah, but that's why light side, like, I'd say probably 80% of the time just makes you lose force. Um, so, but like you don't get to decide what you're putting down, and like you have to decide what you're putting down before they decide whether you get to play it for free or not. So even if you can pull it into your hand, you can never really risk putting it down because you'll just end up floating the one after they make you lose force, which they'll do most of the time. Like Hayes has made him lose. Hayes has made him lose force all I think 5 turns of this game. Um, so yeah, I don't like the things that I like in this are like Minkainu and Blizzard 4 and like various things that are like, well, if they make me put this back, that's fine. Like Palpatine's great. Um, but if they let me deploy for free, then it's awesome. But if it ends up floating back in my deck, that's also okay. I think that like that's where you're at your best in terms of threat cards for Watto. Like the random one Destiny things are tricky. Um, because they end up just floating your deck. Then you end up with stuff like what happened last turn, where he was outpowering by 8 going in. He was outpowering by 8 after Leia killed a guy, and he didn't. He only killed Rey because he drew a 2 for Battle Destiny.
She's going to shoot.
It sounds like a battle happened. I see Dengar. I can't see what's below Dengar, but like we just said, he just drew. Aaron just drew a 1 for a weapon destiny. Yeah, I really want to see Gavin's list, James. I know I gotta wait until OCS is done, but I'm always excited to see new water lists and see what people do with it. Um,
I'm gonna add to attrition. I'm going to
oh, it's
activate.
gone Gleamort.
Your draw
So
power
Leia killed Dengar after his shot.
15, 18 to my
18 to 10. So Hayes is still outpowered by Hayes is still outpowered by 8 here. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see how Aaron's Destinies treat him. They haven't been very good so far, despite having played a bunch of characters, and he
to
like
power.
played bridge. So all right,
Your battle listening first.
Hayes is gonna add 3 to power. All right, 4 is not bad.
A 3 for battle destiny.
Hayes draws a 3 for his Battle Destiny, and
So I
I couldn't tell what that was for attrition. Hayes will verbalize it in a second. I think it was a gun.
I'm 16. I'm 22. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. 22. Yep. 22 to 13, 16.
22 to 16.
And you owe me. That's just 10 attrition. Just 10 attrition.
10 attrition. It was a device, it was the bionic hand. Oh boy.
It's your battle, you get the first point subtraction.
So Hayes is going to lose probably Padme here. Because he has 6 attrition, so Jin doesn't cover it. You also kind of don't want to lose Jin anyway. Um, while Aaron has 10 attrition to handle. Aaron lost Vader, so Padme did her job. Concussion missiles? Could have been. He said 10 attrition, though, and he drew a 3 for Battle Destiny, so it's got to be Bionic Hand. Oh, but he added 1 with... I can't believe he's gone. So maybe it was a 6? It could have been concussion missiles. I didn't... It looked like a green card, but I couldn't really tell. It was like half off the screen, so... So Aaron brings Sebulba over. Now the battle is a lot less unbalanced. It is 11 power against 7. But Leia's going to get to kill somebody. So. And obviously Hayes gets to maybe deploy a character or something. And then in space, it's not looking a lot better. Chimera is piloted now. So there is a Battle Destiny up there, but the Chimera V only is immune to attrition while Thrawn's piloting. So no matter what Hayes draws, he's going to kill Ozzel.
And Power Destiny?
Alright, there's.
You know what my Battle Destiny is.
There's the 7. Or, nope, I think that's Obi-Wan's journal, maybe.
So I'm 14, 15, plus 8, 18, 14.
Right. Hayes added Master Luke with Anakin's lightsaber to the ground in the battle in space.
15 plus 8, 23. And you owe me 8 attrition.
Oh, no, it must be a bionic hand for it to be 8 attrition here. So, yeah, that'll clear space. Trade profundity for the whole ship.
Fight here? Yep. Use Leia to shoot at.
Oh, yeah, he is the reacting.
Let's see, the biggest power.
Reacting vehicle, so.
Be that guy. So I will.
He's debating when he wants to shoot with Leia. He's going to shoot Sebulba and kill Sebulba because he knows the 3 is on top there. Master Luke's going to swing at the trooper because it's the only option. Yeah. Trooper will definitely hit.
What these cards are. Your power now is 3, 6, 10. I'll go ahead and I'll add the 5 power.
Yeah, Hayes is going to add 5 power with Communing, or with Master Kenobi. And then he's got his Battle Destiny, which he'll presumably add to. Alright, there's Nabrin. So make it a 5 against Arasing with blast rifles, a 2.
10 off of Luke, and the power plus. 17 plus 5 is 22. To your, what do we say, 10?
22 against 12, so.
Isn't it plus 2? Because of that? Doesn't that make her plus 2?
It does, yeah.
Ah, 14.
So.
Arasing is a 4 here.
So you're down by 8. Yep. I'm gonna.
Yeah. I think he's going to lose Jin and look at his hand, yeah.
And then make my decision. A sniper and some crummy guys. So
Sniper, Watto, PV, Accelerate, so nothing threatening.
10 total damage, but 5 is attrition.
Aaron figuring out how to satisfy 10 here and 5 attrition. And still be facing down Leia and Luke. This looks pretty bad. He's going to lose Watto and the Dewback. Dewback not doing anything now the trooper's dead, so. And then I think he just peeled one. Oh, looks like he revived Jin with I can't believe he's gone. And then Luke moves over, and Hayes will draw. So Hayes is pretty dominant position here. He's managed to just completely take apart all of Aaron's presence on the board. Aaron has the Tempest Scout, but Hayes looked at his hand, knows that he doesn't have anything to back it up. And got Watto.
Oh, you're on 0. Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Just flipping it back to 0.
I'm like, yeah.
Man, yeah, I don't even know what Aaron can do here. I feel like this is kind of writing on the wall. Alright. He's going to run away just to keep his presence on the table. And draw some cards, and he's going to eat 7 damage and drains here. He didn't actually have to move away, because Leia cancels his ability there, so he wasn't vulnerable to getting beat down. But I don't think it matters a lot, because Leia Rebel Princess requires a non-alien character here, so the Walker does not satisfy it. So I don't think Aaron realized that. It doesn't, I think, matter a lot. Leia's Blaster Rifle is really one of the most threatening cards for Watto. Because the Watto objective requires that Watto be outside of an enclosed vehicle, so he's going to be vulnerable to being shot. There's really no protection, so you just have to find some sort of answers to it, which is not necessarily easy to do. So. Should be 3. I don't know why it's not 3. Unless he's playing the non-virtual Mos Espa, which would be oh, it might be. See, if it's the non-virtual, is this Nabrin? Okay, so he is just going to go beat up on Watto. Would have been actually, as it turns out, safer to leave Watto at the junkyard where he can't get beat down, but here we are. Because now Watto and this Tempest Scout don't get a Battle Destiny, so Hayes is just going to get to beat him up. Alright, so he plays Lando so he gets to use Pile Pull. Yeah, I wonder, it sure looks like that is not the virtual Mos Espa. If that's the case, though, I think Hayes maybe could have made a very gross play here. Because you are allowed to... So, Mos Espa V has the text, for remainder of game may not be separated from Watto's junkyard. Mos Espa Non-V doesn't say that. And Obi-Wan's hut can go between them. So if Aaron is not playing virtual Mos Espa, I kind of wonder if Hayes maybe was supposed to separate Mos Espa and the junkyard, and make it harder for Aaron to consolidate his forces. Now, it depends a lot on what Hayes' plan here was going to be. Certainly, what he's chosen seems to be working just fine, so far be it for me to say he was wrong. But I think it's a consideration, especially like the quietly observing. Well, no, because he wouldn't know that the quietly observing was out. No, sorry. As I'm thinking about this, I don't think that was an option at the start. because I think the Obi-Wan's hut has to deploy. Is this deploys as a starting location? The way is the way the commuting works. So it's you show Watto, you show the Obi-Wan's hut, and then the objective deploys the locations where the dark side player wants them. So can't separate them on start. But Hayes could have put the farm in between them. That is a legal option, which would have been really funny. So something to think about if you're playing Watto. I know it makes your site more of a liability, but there's a reason that Mas SPV exists. Especially with Obi-Wan Communing running around, I think you really gotta play. I think you really gotta play V so that there's no possibility of getting disrupted like that. All right, so Hayes commanding position here. Aaron did draw up a bunch of cards last turn, so we'll see if he found anything that can get him back into this game. Um, it's gonna be hard though. I think step number one is probably killing Leia, right? So if you have an EPP Maul or something, I think you got to go after Leia. Um, there's Cad Bane against Lando. And Boba Fett, okay. Alright, let's try to overflow Lando, alright. So Lando will get to use his retrieval, add a bunch of power. Draws 12. Hayes just declines his draw, and Hujix. Ah. Yeah, Aaron drew too high. He wanted to decline his draw, but I don't think can, so he's gonna draw Battle Destiny and make him lose something. A turn it off was kind of interesting. I think I like that. Lando's pretty common, so. Yeah, alright. Aaron's going to concede from there. So, well played by Hayes. Very surgical. Knew pretty much exactly what he was aiming to accomplish, even without his use paw pulls.
Your barrier, sir.
Good luck today, man.
Thanks.
Thanks for the game.
I'm super impressed you're 3-0, man. It's awesome.
Get lucky every once in a while, right?
Yeah, I think based on our discussion, I think it's clear you have a good background for this stuff, and also coming in with your own flavor goes a long way. Having something that's new that's not seen before puts people, they don't know what to do.
Yeah, Hayes is
so hard right now when you bring something new to the game.
saying like when you bring something new to an event, it can really throw people for a loop, and he's right about that. The surprise factor can be a big deal, especially at a major. Like it's a little less impactful in like OCS when like you get to play it like twice before people see it, and then really get to prep for it and change their decks and stuff. But at a major, even if everybody knows now that Aaron's playing Watto, like they don't get to add Watto tech to their decks for the last 4 rounds, so they got to just figure it out with what they got, and maybe what they have isn't well prepared for it. So,
Lost all my forces.
yep, that's what Hayes is saying. He never paid 2 force. He just lost it every time. So.
Like if I'd had Emperor Shuttles and Emperor, I would have swapped over because I do think that's a much better pack. Plus, just having the sixes.
This is what Aaron is saying too. Is like if he'd had Emperor Shuttles and Emperors, he would have played that space packet instead of the alert. And I think I agree with him. Now, This is a mark in favor of the new set because he could use the budget emperors. Emperor shuttles are still you still got to track those down, but you know the new emperor the new emperor is really just as good. This emperor is
this, and I think you just, instead of doing this, what I was saying is you run the mob point combo, because A, you can get a second system, and then you throw up a shitty guy, and if they kill it, you're like, okay, I don't drain that turn, I replay a ship to the other system, now you're chasing me, but you're only, you're still then just draining for free. And then the advantage of you can hide forever, against some decks you can pitch it for
yeah. Hayes is talking about playing you cannot hide forever mob points combo instead of alert.
or you can get it for grabber and
To like get another system, pick up like something special plan for him. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good advice. Sup- color us surprised that Hayes Hunter has good insights on how to construct an effective deck. Um,
that's the best start space splashage, because it's completely immune.
yeah, it's cool to hear them talking shop about the deck and what directions to take it from here, and really impressive. I agree. I agree with Ace. It's really impressive that Aaron's now 3-1, but starting 3-1, starting 3-0 at an event at all is that's a big deal. Um, so hopefully he can pick himself up from this loss and come back and perform well. Hayes is not an easy opponent by any means, so um, yeah, no shame in losing one to Hayes Hunter for sure. Defend the current world champion. So, all right, that will do it for round 4 here. I will leave my stream up for a little bit here. I am not certain what the plan is going forward. If I'm back, then I'll be back here. If not, I'll direct you guys to the main stream. But thanks for joining me for the moment, and we will see where the rest of the day takes us.
And what did you do?
I lost to Hayes.
It's no big deal. You're playing on the top table, so looking good.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah. So 3-1 now?
3-1.
Nice. Good job.
I'll have my descent now